Mic check. Mhm.
You know, I guess that's just flavor yesterday too.
Yeah.
Actually, it was the Republican.
Hmm. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order today's Transportation Committee JF meeting. We are caucusing in our respective rooms, and we anticipate being back around 11 a.m. Thank you. I'll stand in recess.
Good morning, everybody. We are going to resume the Wednesday, March 20th meeting of the Transportation Committee. We do have another robust agenda before us at this JF meeting with a lot of good bills, I believe. But also, I'd be remiss not to mention that these are works in progress, and we recognize that once bills pass out of this committee, there is a lot of conversation and coordination, working together on both sides of the aisle to make sure that we are bettering this legislation before us today and passing the best possible bills out of both of the chambers ultimately before the governor's signature. That is the hope always, that we can move bills forward to final passage. But again, today, any votes in this committee do not necessarily signify a yes vote moving forward. And you'll hear that today from many of the members. But if you don't hear it today, just know it's the case that we all understand as members of the Connecticut General Assembly that the bills pass out of this committee as best as they can, given the information we've had at public hearing, but with a widespread recognition that we will continue the work as we move through to May 8th of this year, which is Sine Die. With that, I will turn it over to my co-chair for any opening remarks.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone on this committee for the work that we've put in so far. I despise short sessions. The expectation levels of our caucuses, of our members, of our constituents, of the general public is that we can do as much as we otherwise would want to do in a long session. But the reality is the calendar just does not work in our favor. Here we are in the middle of March, and this is going to be the close of the Transportation Committee's committee agenda. That's a hard timeline. We just started 6 weeks ago. We've heard dozens of bills. We've had dozens of bills before your consideration today. We've gotten close to the end on almost all of them, but there are still some remaining details that I am committed, as my co-chair is committed, as our ranking members are committed to getting a good product on the board for everyone to vote either in favor or against, but to know for sure that we worked our hardest to get to a space where folks felt comfortable. We'll talk later about this, but I am deeply appreciative to all of the staff and team members who get us to this point, for the colleagues for the ideas. We may not have been able to get to everything this year, but we got to the agenda on Monday. We'll get to the agenda that we have here today. And I feel proud of the work that we've done so far. So thank you to everyone who helped us get to this point, and let's have a great meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo the sentiments of the chairs, and it is a privilege to be the ranking leader on this committee and working with the colleagues and the support staff that we have. But I want to reinforce what the good Madam Chairwoman said, that this continues to be a work in progress. We did take in a lot of public hearing, a lot of review and consideration from agencies. But I think in some respects, we're going to have some deliberations, some debate back and forth in this committee vote. And I will say this, I hope to have the commitment of the chair leadership that whether it be a yes or a no vote on specific bills, that we continue to work as the tradition with this committee, a work in progress to get one bill passed through that is collaborative. So again, a yes or no vote on this committee vote, maybe with certain reasons, but that could change through the ebb and flow, even with a short session. And I think that the tradition and the past history of this committee has been, we work well to get to a collaborative bill that is a win-win. So I hope to get to that as well. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I don't want to belabor it. We have a long agenda and a lot to talk about. I do appreciate working with our good chairs who have, we've had a lot of discussion, and I know we're going to have a lot more coming up. So, and I do appreciate the public that came out to all of our public hearings for their input. So we'll move along and let's get started. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And with that, we'll move to starting off right. Roman numeral number 3, bills for review, and number 1 under that is SB 183, JFS to the floor, LCO 3303. Can I get a motion?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Moved by Representative Lamar, seconded by Representative Berger Javallo. This bill is the Department of Motor Vehicle bill, so always big bills when it comes to agencies. So there's several sections. The first three sections deal with electronic issuance licenses, requiring anybody who is issuing or electronically filing title and registration applications to obtain an electronic issuance license from the Department of Motor Vehicles. It also lowers the average number if they are issuing an average of 5. It used to be an average of 7. They must obtain this license and be beholden to that requirement. There are certain application procedures required here, as well as obtaining and furnishing a certain amount in surety bonds. The Section 4 pertains to transporter plates and ensuring that those who are transporters have their registration renewed in a timely manner. Section 5 deals with dealer and repair license renewals, eliminating that time frame during which applicants for these dealer and repair licenses must be fingerprinted and undergo background checks. Section 6 deals with surety bonds, again, but this time pertaining to motor vehicle recyclers. Section 7 through 9 pertains to commercial driving schools. Again, certain bonding requirements as well as ID requirements for safety purposes, making sure that these driving schools and instructors are licensed, and if they are expired, that they're renewed in a timely manner. Section 7 deals with altered composite, gray market, and salvage vehicles with respect to salvage vehicle motor vehicle inspections, that they can be completed by authorized dealers, not just the Department of Motor Vehicles, and requires proof of purchase, also retaining DMV authorization to request that the person presenting the vehicle for inspection provide proof of lawful purchase. And then the rest of the sections have some minor and technical changes. Is there any discussion? Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the commissioner and his staff for working with us, and also LCO and OLR for kind of working out the language to ensure that it is compliant and also fair to those bodies that are engaged in. So I think this is a great example of us as a committee leadership working with the various departments to get a bill that is fair with the input of many of the affected bodies like driving schools and recyclers and dealers. So I urge support of this bill, and I think it's an important model that we should undertake in this committee when we look at bills, is to engage input from all the shareholders to make our bills better. Because when bills are better and truly bipartisan, it gets enforced and gets applied in a more effective manner. So again, this is a great example that I want to applaud this committee and the various department staff at the Department of Motor Vehicles to be able to facilitate this bill. So thank you, and I urge support.
Thank you, Senator. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
This is an immediate roll call vote to JFS to the floor, Senate Bill 183, LCO number 3303. Senator Cohen,
Yes.
Representative Lamar,
Yes.
Senator Lopes, Representative Berger Javallo,
Yes.
Senator Wong,
Senator Huang, vote yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal, Representative Bronco,
Yes.
Representative Carney, Senator Cabrera, Representative Chaleski,
Chaleski votes yes.
Representative Concepcion, Representative Conley,
Conley votes yes.
Representative Dancho, Representative DiCaprio,
Caprio, yes.
Representative Denning, Representative Farrar, Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes yes.
Senator Gaston.
Senator Gaston votes yes.
I'm sorry, Senator, I did not see your, please. Can you please repeat your vote?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Khanna,
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola,
Labriola votes yes.
Representative McCarthy Vehy, Representative Mara,
Mara votes yes.
Senator Martin,
Martin votes yes.
Representative Michelle,
Yes.
Representative Morin-Bello,
Morin-Bello votes yes.
Senator Needleman, Representative O'Day,
O'Day, yes.
Senator Austin, Representative Reyes, Representative Rosario, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims in the affirmative.
Representative Smith, Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco,
Turco votes yes.
Representative Salztowski.
Yes.
Is there anyone's names I have not called?
Hey, Sam, it's Rep Concepcion.
Hello, Representative. We are voting to JFS to the floor, Senate Bill 183, LCO number 3303.
Rep Concepcion votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other names I have not called? And that is the roll, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And I will just say there are a lot of meetings going on in this building today happening concurrently. And we recognize that and recognize we have a large membership here on the Transportation Committee. So we will be holding votes open. We'll say right now that that will happen for an hour past the recess time of this meeting. We don't know when that will be at this point, so I will reiterate that as we go along and put in a more definitive time once we get to the end of the agenda. But for now, know that we will be holding votes open for an hour past the recess time of the meeting. Moving on to item number 2, HB 5202. This is the JFS to the floor, LCO 3306. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Berger Javallo. Can I get a second? Seconded by Representative Morin-Bello. This is an act implementing the recommendations of the Connecticut Airport Authority, another bill similar to the nature of, just department bills in general and agencies and authorities. In this one, we have consideration made for vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. We know that there are strides in this regard. The FAA is still moving towards necessary approvals for these types of aircraft. Some electric, some not, but we are certainly seeing a movement in this direction. And the CAA wants to ready themselves, certainly from a regulatory standpoint, to make sure that we have both regulations and statute with respect to vertiports in particular and unmanned aircraft. So that's exactly what this does, this bill. There are Also, unmanned aircraft restrictions within this bill, also known as drones. And in here, you will find that there are some new prohibitions outlined that I think most people assume are the case already. But in fact, we need to get these clearly defined within statutes in terms of prohibitions from people operating these aircraft at a height less than 250 feet over the boundaries of private premises, prohibiting the operation within 250 feet of critical infrastructure, and prohibiting its use to conduct surveillance or gather evidence. These violations will now be Class A misdemeanors. There's also in here a prohibition against projecting a laser at an aircraft, also a Class A misdemeanor. And finally, Section 26 deals with alcohol sales at Bradley. Currently, alcohol sales occur from 6 a.m. to 1 a.m. This is simply a shift to a little bit earlier, from 4 a.m. to 11 p.m. This really takes into account some of those early morning flights. There's more traffic in the airport during those early morning hours for both international and domestic flights. The airport is finding out that their vendors are really closing prior to the very late, or I should say early, restricted end time of 1 a.m. So this really will better serve the passengers utilizing the airports, particularly Bradley International Airport, and also help our vendors out a bit there. So any discussion or questions? Yes, Representative Zawistowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill solves a lot of existing problems having to do with aircraft, as some of the ones that you had pointed out, but it also anticipates the aircraft of the future, which I think is an important thing to do right now as far as vertical aircraft. I do hope the committee supports the bill, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know this was a result of input from the Airport Authority, and I appreciate their contributions and explanations of some of this stuff. I think, as the good representative mentioned earlier, in regards to vertiport, can you explain what that means? Is it a helicopter, or is it a hybrid of a helicopter? I mean, it may be a new terminology that for legislative intent.
Thank you so much, Senator. Again, these vertiports really allow for vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. Helicopters are the most obvious example of that right now, though, as Representative Zawistowski mentioned, there is an aircraft of the future that is actively being worked on, actively seeking FAA approval. Some of these are electric aircraft, some are not. I won't profess to be an expert in vertiports or vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, but that is what this is getting at. Just really getting at the future of, these powered aircraft that take off vertically.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. And the second part of my question regards to unmanned aircraft restrictions. For a better term, just to be clear, this relates to drones, right? Unless it include other aspects of unmanned aircraft.
Yes, I mean, drones, the obvious example of unmanned aircraft, as far as I know.
And along that same vein, obviously, we're looking at commercial and regulated in regards to airspace. And obviously, this language is needed because of the proliferation of drones in a private as well as some commercial aspects that may interfere with airspace at our airports. I think it's important maybe to kind of reiterate that part of these regulations and enforcement is for greater public safety and airspace safety within our airports, but also this is in consultation with law enforcement, first responders, as well as DOT in that regards, because it's an interrelated kind of interaction. I just want to be able to clear for legislative intent that those are considerations and shareholders that we've engaged in this kind of deliberation. Through you, Madam.
Yes, thank you, Senator, for that. And I think it's important to note that the FAA is now allowing states to put in place some prohibitions with respect to unmanned aircraft. I will say, with respect to your question, there are certainly cases where these drones are being used by emergency responders and public service employees, as well as armed forces, and those have been excluded from the prohibitions set forth in the legislation.
Thank you for that clarification. And I think having some experience in public safety, there was a real concern to be sure that there are regulations and guidelines in regards to the use of it and to ensure that it does not violate privacy and surveillance guidelines. I wanted to be sure that that is considered, and I know we did consider that as part of the leadership. So the other point that I just wanted to make on a philosophical point is, I know we talked about the alcohol sales, that we're not extending the hours, that we're simply changing the number of hours, the timing of the hours. But nevertheless, I think as we as a committee look at alcohol sales and consumption as a whole, and one of the biggest advocacies, as we repeated over and over again, is the fact that alcohol consumption can indeed cause impairment. I struggle with the fact that in this case, it's a contained unit. There's a kind of, as via testimony, a kind of select population that utilizes and creates convenience. But my concern is, from remembering in the history of engagement, that there are other entities that will now ask for changes in hours to accommodate. And I don't think that this will be the last that we will see entities that will now ask for changes in the hours, maybe not the extension, maybe indeed an extension, because I recollect that our tribal nations have always inquired and requested to extend hours of alcohol consumption. I'm fearful, and I hope not, that this opens a door for changes in our alcohol laws when we're at the same time trying to address impairment and more restricted or more considerate use of alcohol as they get on the road. But nevertheless, I think this is something that they want in a very close, but I vote in support of this bill with some hesitation as it relates to that. So I thank you to the chair for allowing me to share those concerns.
Thank you, Senator, and your point is well taken. I continue to contend that when we, as this committee, discuss alcohol consumption as it relates particularly to blood alcohol concentration, that we're really looking to deter folks from getting behind the wheel of a car under the influence. We want folks to be able to go out and partake in alcohol consumption if they so choose. Frequent, our hospitality and restaurants and robust tourism sector, all you want. But please, you are still beholden to the laws of this state. Do not get behind the wheel of a car after you've been drinking. So I do think this is business friendly, this change. I think this is consumer friendly, but we want people to partake in a responsible manner when it comes to the consumption of alcohol. And I think your point is well taken, Senator. I think that's the message, at least from me and hopefully from the rest of the committee members here today. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just in that same vein, talking about that is in section 26. Just for clarification, yes, as you stated, this is just an expansion of the window. But I think it's really important to know that the only airport concessions that will be impacted are those that are past the post security. That was my understanding from the testimony from the CAA, and that you have to have a ticket, and those that are proceeding to a gate after they've gone out. So they're not actually leaving the airport. I don't think anyone's getting in a car and driving. It was my understanding from the testimony that these are post-security passengers who have already gone through the security and getting ready to board a flight. So I just wanted to clarify that. That was my understanding.
Yeah, I do believe that there is a vendor prior to the security checkpoint, but the passengers need a ticket, so that it's anticipated that they'll be boarding a flight.
And yes, I agree with you there. There is a concession before it, but their hours are different. They're not the same. They're not encompassed in these hours. So I just wanted to point that out. And as you said, it is business friendly, and we certainly want to keep our Bradley Airport up and running to its fullest.
Thank you, Representative, and good memory from our committee field trip to the Bradley International Airport. We took a tour as a committee, and many members joined us, and we did learn that about that particular vendor ahead of the security checkpoint. Any other questions, comments from the committee? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
There has been a request for an immediate roll call vote on agenda number 2, HB 5202, LCO 3306. The action is to JFS to the floor. Senator Cohen,
Yes.
Representative Lamar,
Yes.
Senator Lopes, Representative Berger Gavallo,
Yes.
Senator Huang,
Senator Huang votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal, Representative Bronco,
Yes.
Representative Carney, Senator Cabrera, Representative Chaleski,
Chaleski votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Conley,
Conley votes yes.
Representative Dancho, Representative DiCaprio,
DiCaprio, yes.
Representative Denning,
Representative Denning, yes.
Representative Farrar, Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes yes.
Senator oh, did I pass?
I'm sorry,
Gaston votes
Senator, I
yes.
didn't see your face. Can you please repeat your vote?
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Representative Khanna,
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola,
Labriola votes yes.
Representative McCarthy Vehy, Representative Mara,
Mara votes yes.
Senator Martin, Representative Michel, Representative Morin Bello,
Yes.
Senator Needleman, Representative O'Day,
O'Day votes yes.
Senator Austin, Representative Reyes, Representative Rosario, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Smith, Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco,
Turco votes yes.
Representative Zawistowski.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And again, we'll be holding the votes for an hour past the recess of this meeting. Item number 3 is SB 184. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO 3065. Can I get a motion?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second. Moved by Representative Lamar, seconded by Representative Berger Javallo. This is an act concerning the renting or leasing of passenger motor vehicles. Some of you may recall we had a similar title last session. There have been some modifications to this. We have substitute language that took into account some testimony we received during public hearing from the Insurance Association as well as the rental car industry. So we have made those changes. Basically, the bill is a consumer protection item around loss of use. Rental car companies can in fact charge loss of use to the consumer, and we want to make sure that that charge is fair both to the rental car companies as well as the consumer or customer. So it puts into effect a requirement of a maximum of 1 day of the daily rental fee for every 4 hours of labor. It also allows car rental companies to require proof of credit card on certain classes of vehicles, primarily premium and luxury vehicles. There has been a significant amount of theft in that vehicle class. And so we took heed from the car rental companies there. It also prohibits the car rental companies from requiring a customer's additional driver to prove he or she holds a credit or debit card. Is there any discussion on this language before us today? Yes, Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my understanding is that this is basically a compromise between the interested parties, and that there's pretty much agreement on this. Is that correct?
I would not speak for all interested parties, but we have been negotiating this with some of the stakeholders, and we have agreement from those stakeholders.
Thank you. Yeah, my plan is to vote yes, and I would ask that anybody that has a problem with it, please reach out, but I appreciate the chairs and ranking working with those individuals and coming up with a compromise that seems to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, this is something we saw and we talked about a little bit almost ad nauseum last session. Sorry. But I do appreciate the House House Chairman, excuse me, for all his work and the Senate Chair. We finally got to, I believe, a good place, and I think it's a good place to be, and I will be voting yes today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Wong.
Thank you. And it is a reflection of the hard work and the trials and tribulations of getting to a final product. And I want to applaud this committee for also reaching out to the industry, the property and casualty industry, to get their input and perspective on this. So I think the more shareholders we get in input helps us draft a much better bill as an end product, and learning through the lessons of successes and surprises is really how we can craft the best possible bill to be implemented with success. So I'm encouraged that this may be a product that we can get through both houses, both chambers of the General Assembly, and ensure passage on leasing or renting of motor vehicles. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator, and I concur. I think the best legislation comes when all stakeholders are at the table and collaborate with one another. Representative Branco.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do appreciate this bill has been through many iterations, and I appreciate that everyone's had a chance to provide their input. I just have a couple questions for clarity, and I know how it's been negotiated, but in practice, can you clarify how the rental car companies are to prove their loss of use? I understand it should be a demonstrable loss, or do they just have to show an invoice for a repair, or can you just give some clarity surrounding that?
Sure. I think there was some concern. That's why this appeared in the substitute language. There was some concern from the property and casualty insurance group that the loss of use wasn't properly defined with respect to rental and leasing companies in statute. And so we were sort of putting something in statute on loss of use and putting restrictions in place, but we weren't properly defining that. So rental car companies will have to prove that they do in fact suffer loss of use if they lost one car one day, but there's 12 others of that exact same vehicle on the lot that are not being rented. One might argue that that's not truly loss of use. However, if they could have rented that vehicle, they will, provide proof that they could have otherwise rented that particular car for a given amount of time. They would have to prove that, the amount of labor that goes into it, again, one day for 4 hours, each 4 hours of labor. Those are the types of documentation I think that would be required under this proposal.
Okay, I appreciate that because, I understand we're trying to prevent, a rental car company from maybe leaving a car that gets damaged in the shop for a couple months and saying, oh, you got to pay us. I get that. And so I appreciate how we're trying to take care of that. I'm just a little uncertain, again, how that gets implemented. A car gets damaged, it goes to the shop. How necessarily do they prove? They got to, show how many cars they had on the lot, or where, just how that works, I guess is what I'm asking.
Just one moment. Thank you. OLR to the rescue. So this is sort of already in practice in terms of insurance law that, you know, they would be able to request from whoever is making, whoever the claimant is, more information with respect to the claim. So it's really just sort of outlining and putting specific definition to what's already in current practice.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to support this because I do see the intent and I get it. I just, if we can make sure there's more clarity going forward, just how it's proven. It seems like there's a lot of gray area in there of how they can actually prove a loss of use. So I hope we could just tighten that as we go forward. Thank you.
Certainly we'll make a commitment to talk it through and work on it. You know, depending on, you know, where it goes, we'll figure out how we can maybe add some more clarity around that. That would be amenable also to the insurance industry and doesn't conflict with other statutory promises around around loss of use and generally demonstrable loss. Any other questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
There has been a request for an immediate roll call vote on agenda number 3, SB 184, LCO 3065. The action is to JFS the floor. Senator Cohen,
Yes.
Representative Lamar,
Yes.
Senator Lopes, Representative Berger Gavallo,
Yes.
Senator Huang,
Senator Huang votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal, Representative Bronco,
Yes.
Representative Carney,
Representative Carney votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Cholesky,
Cholesky votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Conley.
Conley, yes.
I didn't see you. Can I see your face?
Conley votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Doncho. Representative DiCaprio,
Caprio, yes.
Representative Denning, Representative Farrar, Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes yes.
Senator Gaston.
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Can you say that one more time so I can see your face?
Senator Gaston says yes, thanks.
Representative Khanna,
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola,
Labriola votes yes.
Representative McCarthy Vehy, Representative Mara,
Mara votes yes.
Senator Martin, Representative Michel, Representative Morin Bello,
Morin Bello votes yes.
Senator Needleman, Representative O'Dea,
O'Day, yes.
Senator Austin, Representative Reyes, Representative Rosario, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Smith, Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco,
Turco votes yes.
Representative Zawistowski.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And again, we will be holding the votes open for an hour past the recess time to be determined. Item number 4, HB 5203. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO 3127. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Berger Javallo. Second? Thank you. Second by Representative Moore. Hello. This is an act concerning automobile dealer conveyance fees. Again, this bill is no stranger to this committee. It is the result here today, this S language, of a lot of hard work and collaboration and understanding about current process and practices here in the state of Connecticut. It is really aimed at getting at bad actors. So again, another consumer protection mechanism. What we've discovered both through the public hearing process and learning more about this proposal before us and just conveyance fees in general is that sometimes they're not so transparent, despite the laws in place here in the state of Connecticut. Folks do not have a widespread recognition that conveyance fees are negotiable, though in practice, many attorneys, we've learned, advise against making these conveyance fees negotiable because by their very nature, they should not be. They are meant to recoup costs with respect to conveying the vehicle. That said, we've also learned that the FTC has a CARS rule in place that was set to go into effect this summer. It is now currently on hold, being challenged, but we fully expect it to move forward. And if not, they also have consideration of their junk fees rule. In both cases, conveyance fees would likely fall under this federal ruling. As a result, we thought it prudent to sort of establish what we think is a win-win situation for both consumers as well as automobile dealers in the state of Connecticut and align ourselves with this FTC CARS rule. Dealers must disclose the vehicle's offering price in any advertisement. And on the order and invoice for a vehicle sale, the dealer must include the agreed upon price for the vehicle, which may only exclude government charges. These are charges like taxes and fees for local, state, and federal government. So that is what we have before us today, and I'm open to any questions or discussion. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Couple points. This reminds me of when we were talking about tolls, believe it or not, and here's why. So I'll land the plane. When there was discussion about truck-only tolls and Rhode Island's doing it, and it's not in violation of the Commerce Clause. Well, I had advocated sitting, I think, right over there where representative from the 138th District was sitting, that it was a violation of the Commerce Clause and that it would be found illegal. And sure enough, it was. And so the reason I bring that up now, that federal legislation or regulation, I think will be found unconstitutional as well. I'm fairly confident, in fact, that it will. But I bring that up because looking at, I had some, what I was going to hope was going to be some amendments that may be consentable to the LCO 1443, which was the original raised bill 5203 that we had hearings on. The LCO 3127 of raised bill 5203 is vastly different from what was brought up and brought forward in the hearing. Is the good chair aware of any dealer? And I will give full disclosure. I used to represent dealers throughout the state of Connecticut in lawsuits for violations of various laws on disclosures, on their documentation, and other types of litigation. So I am familiar with the business. I do have a number of dealers in my district that I know are opposed to the JFS language. Is the good chair aware of any dealership throughout the state of Connecticut that is in favor of the JFS language to her knowledge.
Thank you, Representative. I have spoken with the lobbyists for the industry. They're aware of the change and needed to do more research. So I haven't gotten anybody necessarily saying, yes, we're in favor. I will say the reason I believe this is a win-win is there's an opportunity still to recoup the cost, making sure that it is in the offering price. They can still itemize everything. It will just show the bottom line is the bottom line. So it allows consumers to compare pricing. Consumers also recognize that the offering price is negotiable, which, as I said, a lot of times consumers don't realize that the conveyance fees are negotiable, and they are, as we heard at public hearing from some of the dealers. Again, there's a lot of folks that recommend against making those negotiable, thinking that it opens dealers up to more liability. But I'm certainly not going to weigh in on that. I will just say that I do think that this readies the state of Connecticut. There are other states that provide a similar structure to what's laid out in the bill today. I think it allows the dealers to be covered in terms of any liability or wrongdoing, provides transparency to the consumer, and still allows for those dealers to recoup any necessary fees. So I really do think this is a result of a lot of hard work and effort, and a recognition that perhaps this is where the federal government is going and would certainly preempt any state law in this regard. Thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, but I will tell you, as an attorney and someone who's familiar with dealerships, I would be willing to bet you couldn't find a single dealership in the entire state of Connecticut that wants this legislation. It completely turns our current system on its head. I hate to bring up another analogy, but it reminds me of A Few Good Men when Demi Moore said, "I object. I strenuously object." With all due respect to the good chair, I think this is a really bad idea. And what I would hope is that we can take a look at LCO 1443, and in having the brief conversations with the good House chair, one of the things I was going to suggest as a legislative change was in line 49 of that LCO, again, 1443, line 49, we could simply add, instead of a percent of the motor vehicle, a cap of $1,100 or $1,200. We're taking a sledgehammer to a problem of what, one or two dealerships that are bad actors. I agree with the good chair that there are one or two bad actors, but now we're going to take a sledgehammer to our current law and system and completely flip it on its head to follow a federal system that isn't even in law yet and has been challenged, and I think is going to be found unconstitutional. And so I'd hate to follow that legislation. And if we simply changed line 49 and capped it at $1,100 or $1,000 or $1,200, certainly I'm not married to that number. But I do know many dealerships are fine with that kind of a cap. And then the other addition that I had spoken to with the good House chair was having and I think we brought up during the hearing, having a registry with the Department of Consumer Protection. Every year, dealerships are required to identify what their conveyance fee is, so that consumers can then identify very easily in the Consumer Protection website what the conveyance fees are. Now, there was also language in the good, I think the House chair had proposed that you have a blank line that has to be filled in by hand on the conveyance fee, that we can highlight that this is negotiable on the form. That's something along the lines that I'm more comfortable with, and that would handle the bad actor or actors, as opposed to completely upending the current system that dealerships have to go by. We've heavily regulated the car selling industry, and I think we're one of 6 states that have the franchise model. And I will, as the good chair knows, when I was ranking member of transportation, we got the quote Tesla bill out of the House, and it died in the Senate. So I'm very familiar with the pushes and the pulls and going on with the dealerships. I just think LCO 3127 is a huge mistake. Respectfully, I think going with the initial proposal with instead of using a percentage but have a cap, and whatever the cap number that the public thinks is fair and the dealerships think is fair, and this obviously this committee think is fair, I think is a better way to go. And then having that registry, which I know both those amendments are amenable to the dealerships that I've spoken with, and I think that takes care of the bad actors. And what we have here is an enforcement problem, I think, not a law problem. I think that the legislation, we can make it better. And I think my proposed amendments to LCO 1443 make the law better and take care of the bad actors without upending the entire industry. So with that, with the utmost respect for my good chair, I strenuously object and encourage my colleagues to vote against this legislation as phrased, because I think LCO 1443 is a much better way to handle this issue with the two proposed amendments that I had. So thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. And just to be clear, well, number one, I just go back on some of the things that you were saying, because a $1,200 cap would be wildly out of line with the other states around us that do have caps of $475, $175. I think $1,200 is significant. And I think most consumers would say that that's quite high. And we did try, in fairness, we've had this bill before us now. This is the second session. We did try to work with the industry on what would be amenable to them. That's where the percentage came from, trying to ensure that this is fair. I'd be a little bit perplexed as to why the dealers would be opposed to this, because it does, instead of completely upending their system, all it does is ask them to move the conveyance fees, as they can still itemize the offering price and show their conveyance fees. It just requires them to recoup them within the offering price. What's happening right now in practice, and unfortunately, I think it's not just bad actors, to be honest with you. Like we heard a lot about transparency and you know, that it's listed on the website, and we were sort of going through during the public hearing on website after website, going through the purchase process on the website and couldn't find it anywhere. And I too have received a number of emails from constituents as well as residents across the state of Connecticut saying, hey, I heard about your bill. I just got slammed with a $1,200 fee. I had negotiated the price. I've heard from committee members saying, I've gone into these dealerships. I have negotiated this price. I got to a final price, and then they slide over the paper and suddenly it's $500, $600, $1,000 more, $500, $600, $1,000 more. So I mean, I would beg to differ, you know, that it's all on the up and up. I just think there's a little bit of a lack of understanding on the part of the consumers that this is something that gets tacked on at the end, that it is perhaps negotiable in many cases. And I might just push back a little bit in that, you know, we are not completely upending a system. We are allowing dealers to continue to recoup the costs associated with the conveyance of motor vehicles, but they have to include that in the final offering price. So I also just want to be clear, because you keep talking about amendments. Are you offering an amendment here today, Representative?
I would love to. I move that we adopt LCO 1443 as raised bill 5203 with my amendment to line 49. It's obviously an oral amendment that line 49 sets the cap at, to the good chair's point, I'm willing to go to $900 or $750, whatever the group would be amenable to. Why don't we throw it out for this purpose of this amendment? Let's throw out $750 as a cap at line 49, and that we add at line 50. I'm sorry, at line 53, at the end of the bill, we add so that there will be a registry of dealers being required to notify Department of Consumer Protection the amount of their conveyance fee on an annual basis. So that's my motion to adopt LCO 1443 as raised Bill 5203 and make a change to line 49 to make the cap $750 and to require that the dealerships identify or notify Department of Consumer Protection of the amount of their conveyance fee on an annual basis. That's the motion.
There's been a motion on the floor for an amendment to LCO 3065. Does the good representative have a second? Seconded by Senator Martin. I will just say, well, I appreciate the good representative's comments and concerns. I too have concerns, which I've already, I believe, iterated. I think we have landed on a proposal that allows these dealers to continue to recoup the conveyance fees, allows our consumers to understand that these offering prices are negotiable. They can compare apples to apples now in a very, very transparent way. And it eliminates the possibility of bad actors across the state of Connecticut. It also aligns with what we anticipate will happen at the federal level, and also aligns us with several other states who have already adopted a way of handling these types of fees in a different manner by bundling, if you will, in the offering price. So with that, I would urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment. And Representative, will we be taking this by voice or roll call?
Take it by roll call.
Okay, any discussion on the amendment before us? Yes, Representative.
I would just point out that I know, I don't know your district. I will tell you my district, I haven't received a single complaint. Now my dealers, their conveyance fees are well below the $750 that we propose as a cap here. So I know they don't mind that. They were the ones that recommended the registry with the Department of Consumer Protection. I think the original bill as raised with the input I got from my dealers was that not have a percentage, have a cap, and have a national register or a registration statewide that helps the consumers. They already are required to have conveyance fees posted. So for people to go in and not realize that's the law, I mean, there's a certain point of where, you know, you've got to know the law and it's posted. So those that aren't posting it, I think create the problem. And I see here that the good chairs here from the House, you know, I like his idea of you writing in the conveyance fee, you know, so it's blank and it's written in and it says on it, this is negotiable. It doesn't upend the industry. It's consistent with what current law is. It addresses the problem that we wanted addressed, and it's supported by the franchise, our dealerships. If you have a dealership in your district, I guarantee you they are not in favor of LCO 3127. And the ones I've talked to are in favor of LCO 1443 with my two amendments that were here. So I know it's unorthodox. I did not plan on, but at the good chair's suggestion, I'm making this amendment, and I would urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative O'Day, for your passion on this issue and recognizing, I think, what we're seeing across the state is fundamentally unfair. I think it was in the public hearing, one of my good colleagues quickly looked up a website and saw $1,399 conveyance fees. Of course, that's negotiable. We all know that, right? And of course, like that wouldn't be applied or misapplied based to individuals of certain economic spectrums, or whoever walks in the door that they might know or don't know would get the benefit of being able to negotiate that or not negotiate that. And of course, our entire citizenry knows that these fees are negotiable. None of that is true. We all know that. We hear it from our constituents. We hear from people who work in the building. People know that these things exist, but they don't know it's negotiable. I was at a hockey rink and I ran into someone who works in this building and said, "Thank you for raising this again. I just bought a car. I've been working in your building for 12 years. I had no idea I was allowed to negotiate those fees. They told me I had to pay it, that it was a state fee. The conveyance fee was a state fee." And I appreciate the work that Representative Steinberg did to get us to this point, having this conversation about how do we best address this. We started with a cap, right? We talked about 1% and how there's equity in that cap number. And we tossed around the ideas of like different dollar amounts based upon what we see in other states. And so while I like the idea, and I think caps are the most responsible way to like limit this in a like absent other ideas, we've got a better idea. In fact, it's an idea that the CARS rule seeks to implement, which is to say you can have a conveyance fee. You can have what we heard from different dealers, like, hey, my model is a little bit different. The cost structure involved at my dealership is different than the cost structure involved at that dealership. What I do behind the scene is different than what that dealer does behind the scene. So my conveyance fee might naturally be a little bit different than that person's conveyance fee. Now, if it's really just to recoup costs, I don't understand this whole thing that it's negotiable anyway, because why would it be negotiable if that's the basis of if it's just a fee you're recouping from your customers? But I think we avoid almost all of those concerns. We avoid the fiscal note concerns. We avoid the unfairness of who is given the fee and who's not given the fee. We avoid whether it's negotiable or not negotiable. We avoid it showed up on a piece of paper before I bought the car or after when I end up in the finance office. We avoid all of that by moving in this direction, by moving in the direction of the underlying bill. I think the underlying bill simply states you can have a conveyance fee. It has to be in the advertised price. There are no more surprises. We don't have to institute a $750 fee on top of the purchase price. Everything that you've got goes into the underlying advertised sale price. So I don't think we need to move to a $750 cap because I think that brings the level up way too high. Some dealerships are only doing $599, which is still 3 times higher than the state of New York allows. But some dealerships are doing far less than $750. So instituting in statute a specific number, I think, hurts the consumer more than the underlying bill would, which is just to say, you got to let someone know what the full price is before they walk in the room, before they're in that back office, before they get hit with a surprise. You got to know it up front. So, Representative O'Day, for the 4th time this week, I apologize. I'm going to have to encourage folks to vote no today, simply because, not because I don't believe in caps and regulating this, only because I think we've got a better model in the underlying bill. So thank you again on this. I saw you even evolve on this issue during the public hearing. So I appreciate what you brought to this conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. We have Senator Martin followed by Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question for the proponent of the amendment. But before I get to that, so I want some clarity regarding the advertisement price. Can you explain that to me? Are we talking about when you are negotiating with a dealer salesman with the buyer and you've sat down and you mentioned that the conveyance fee needs to be included in the advertised price? Can you just clarify what you're speaking to regarding that?
Yes, thank you, Senator. So the offering price is the full cash price for which a dealer will sell or finance a vehicle to any buyer, except that the dealer may exclude, as I mentioned, those government fees, so taxes, state, local, or federal taxes. When we talk about advertisement, this is verbal communication with the customer regarding the price, as well as written communication with any prospective buyer. that refers to a specific vehicle or a monetary amount for that specific vehicle. So that needs to be fully disclosed. And again, the only exemption would be government fees. They can still itemize what's included in that offering price, and they can still charge conveyance fees, but it needs to be in that bottom line.
Okay, thank you. And now to the proponent of the bill. From what I hear from the chair is that the conveyance fee line item is going to be included in the offering price or the advertised price. So with what you are proposing here, 750 cap, a dealer could charge 500, 400 is.
Absolutely. And yes, so the same system we have in place. So I'm taking the committee's bill, just to be clear. This is not Tom O'Day's bill. This is the committee bill that I'm going back to the original bill, your bill. And I took that bill that the chairs and ranking proposed, LCO 1443, and I took the concerns that the dealerships had and I made 2 amendments. Instead of doing percentage, I did a number cap. We did 750. It could be less. My dealership.
Just reminding the good representatives to go through the chairs of the committee.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Procedure.
Yeah. So I took that original bill that was the public hearing, and I took the concerns of the dealerships and made those 2 amendments. So I'm taking the committee bill, initial committee bill that was much different than what's proposed, the JFS language that we got last night, or that I saw last night. And I'm taking the original bill, taking the concerns of the dealerships and putting in the amendment to try and help the committee. So that's.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair. So I've been involved with this bill for a long time, and I brokered this deal 8 years ago. And what you've both explained is definitely taken place because I have constituents and I've experienced it myself in numerous times where you are not told, you're not expressed, and that was part of the negotiations that we took place back, I think it was 8 years ago, could have been 6 years ago, I can't remember, but it was Senator Leone, who was the chair from the Senate at that time. And at that time, Senator Looney had proposed a cap of $100. So that upset the dealers. And now here today, we are looking at a $750 cap with this amendment. It's a significant jump, but I wasn't for that. I'm not for the 750. I'm not for the 100 because I believe in the free market. And if someone wants to charge $5,000 for the conveyance fee, that's up to the dealer. And if the dealer wants to charge $50, that's up to the dealer. What I was concerned about is transparency. And I think the proposed bill that we're working off of does provide more transparency than what we had hoped to accomplish back 8 years ago, which was, listen, just tell the customers that this is a negotiable item, and then feel free to negotiate at that point. But that's not what has been taking place. And you've heard that, I'm assuming, in public testimony. I've heard it from people who work here in this Capitol, who are part of the staff, whether they're HR staff from the House Republicans or the Democratic side of the aisle. But they've come up to me and said, they never expressed it. And I told them that it was, and the salesman argued with them saying, and they had to go back to the manager, and then lo and behold, they found out, oh yeah, it is negotiable. So, and we've told the dealership association that this was not been taking place. I think Representative Lamar or Chairman Lamar, there was a bill last year that I think died on the House floor regarding something similar to what we have here today. So I like what we have. I think by moving this up to above the what we all thought was the final negotiated price is now going to be included in it.
Senator Martin, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure that we're talking about the
About the-
amendment. Yeah.
I was getting there.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, by
Thank
the
you.
way- By the way.
It's hard to
thi-
be chair
this-
sometimes.
This is a little different sitting on this side of the aisle over here, just to let you all know. So,
The air's a little thinner.
so my question to the proponent, the Representative O'Day, is with what you are proposing, blank area on the form, right? And highlighted, this is negotiable. Would this be below the line or this be above the advertised line or the offered line?
So my understanding is the committee's original bill, LCO 1443, left it the same as it is now. If the good chairs can confirm that, but that's my understanding looking at the bill.
Thank you, Representative. That's correct. The conveyance fee is below the line of the offering price and can be added on afterwards, which is why the
Why is
concern over this,
Okay.
because a lot of times it's a surprise to some folks at the end of the sale.
Correct. Yeah. So I think that's what we are trying to solve here, right? So I'd like to make a motion, an amendment to that amendment, and that I thought we could go
We
to
need
two.
to, I think
thought
we need
could
to
go to
post
two.
first
I
vote
thought
on
we
the
could go to
amendment.
two. Okay.
But
All right.
Senator, after we vote on this
Sure.
amendment, if you would like to introduce another
Sure, maybe I
amendment,
will do that. Okay.
you can consider
But
doing
my
so.
point is, I like the idea that we moved it up and that now it's included in the negotiated price. It allows that flexibility of the dealer to show that amount, whether they want to do the etching, whether or not they want to show the conveyance fee and the amount. And to the good proponent of the amendment, I like the idea about having to register with the Consumer Protection Department and showing the conveyance fee. So now, before we even walk into a dealership, the consumer, can go to the website and see, gee, this is $600 here, this is $700 here, it's $50,000 over here. I don't care what that price is. What I do care about is show the consumer what that amount is before, and know that, listen, it's going to be included in the bottom line. And I'll just share with you, and I'll stop after this, is I just helped my daughter buy a car, my son buy a car. First time that he's buying a car by himself, living out of the house, and he wanted some help. So we went to a used car dealership. He bought himself a car, and that dealer made sure that it was already included in the bottom line. So when the question was asked, does this include the conveyance fee? And we began, and the answer was yes, the bottom line conveyance fee was included in that. And okay, now let's start negotiating. And we negotiated from there. So it can be done, right? So with that said, I guess we can vote on this amendment. I don't want to take your position here or anything.
Thank you. Thank you for the help, Senator. I do believe there's some other questions and comments on the amendment. So I just want to remind everybody, we are talking about the amendment before us today, introduced by Representative O'Day. Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the chairs for continuing to focus on this bill. I have to admit I'm intrigued by Representative O'Day's suggestion. For me, this has always been a matter of appropriate disclosure. I think that as well-meaning as the underlying bill is, it does not address the basic fairness question, in my view, which is, if we're going to label this a conveyance fee, it should be related directly to conveying a vehicle. This is really not the case for many dealers. It is explicitly a profit-generating tool, which explains its variability. I think that conceivably the buyer of a car is at a disadvantage, even with the advances in technology, the ability to get information online. Expecting people to go to the Department of Consumer Protection to get more information is unlikely for a lot of people. Buying a car is a decision that we make not as frequently as virtually any other purchase decision other than perhaps a home. Again, I feel as if the buyer is at a disadvantage. Full disclosure should be critical and highlighted. I like the idea of that having to write in the conveyance fee. I think it's almost necessary to require dealers to discuss the conveyance fee rather than leave it up to the dealers. But ultimately, I like the idea and concept of putting a cap. That was my original intent a couple of years ago. It does not require any dealer to go to the full level of the cap, but it does mean we will not see the egregious examples of conveyance fees of $1,000, $1,200, $1,400, which can by no means bear direct correlation to the actual cost of conveying. So I'm going to listen to the rest of the conversation, but rather unusually for me, I'm willing to contemplate support for this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Berger Javala.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Living on a border town, which sounds really kind of exciting. It's not quite as exciting as that, but I actually have spoken to a number of constituents who are concerned about not only the amount that they're being asked to pay, but even more importantly about how it comes at them at the end, and that is a sneak attack. And in fact, with the two constituents who reached out to me, each of them expressed that they didn't want to negotiate after negotiating. That was their underlying stress. And so with both of these examples, when presented with these fees, actually one did not know that they could negotiate. The one who did still walked away and went about 15 miles down the road in New York and bought their car instead. Made the choice to go, didn't feel like that was another stress that they needed to add. So I do believe that by eliminating that piece, putting it in there, you're still allowed to charge what you want to charge. It's just now very clear what that charge will be. I believe that for consumers, this ends up being a strong benefit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative, for your comments. I don't see any other questions or comments. I will say we'll take a vote on this amendment. And I did hear all of my colleagues' comments around this. And I think I speak for my co-chair as well in our willingness to work on this bill. Again, I want to be careful here, and I can talk more about this once we vote on the amendment. But I'm hearing in some words of support for this amendment simply because of the transparency of the fees. And we could go a step further in requiring the itemization of the conveyance fees, but still require it to be in the offering price, so above the line, but require the itemization of conveyance fees as well. So I just want to throw that out there as a willingness on the part of the chairs to work on the bill, the underlying bill. But again, we're talking about the amendment right now, and I do not see any other.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So if you're offering that, could we include in that the registration of the conveyance fees with the consumer protection?
Let's get through this amendment, the vote on this amendment, and then we'll open it up for discussion on the underlying bill.
I mean, look, I don't want to make anybody do anything they don't want to do. I think my idea is using your original bill and taking into consideration the dealership's concerns. LCO 3127 is a hard no for me. So I would much rather work off of fixing 1443 with my two amendments than trying to fix LCO 3127, which I think there's not a single dealership in the state of Connecticut that think that's a good idea.
We're going to stand at ease for a minute. Okay, the committee is coming back to order. We're going to resume with a vote on Representative O'Day's amendment that has been offered. I don't think there are any other questions or comments. I will turn it over to my co-chair.
I was just gonna say, like, I appreciate the intent of the amendment. I think we're closer than we are far apart on this issue. I think the amendment is the wrong way to go, but there is a comprehensive conversation that we can continue to have moving forward. So I'm encouraging people to vote no on the amendment today, but take with good take with good experience that Representative O'Day and I have certainly worked on a number of issues together in the past. We'll continue to work on this one, but I'm asking folks to vote no on the amendment now, and we can get back to the main bill. Thank you.
And we are now voting on Representative Vanna White's amendment. Representative O'Day. Will the clerk please call the roll?
This is an immediate roll call vote to make an amendment on LCO number 3127. Senator Cohen,
No.
Representative Lamar,
No.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes no.
Representative Burger Javallo,
No.
Senator Wong,
Senator Huang votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal, Representative Bronco,
Yes.
Representative Carney, Senator Cabrera, Representative Chaleski,
Chaleski votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes no.
Representative Conley.
Conley votes no.
I'm sorry, Representative, I didn't see your face. Can you please repeat your vote?
Representative Conley votes no.
Thank you. Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho votes yes.
Representative DiCaprio,
Caprio, yes.
Representative Denning,
Representative Denning votes no.
Representative Farrar, Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes yes.
Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes no.
Representative Khanna,
Khanna votes no.
Representative Labriola,
Labriola votes yes.
Representative McCarthy Vahey,
McCarthy votes no.
Representative Mara,
Mara votes yes.
Senator Martin,
Senator Martin goes back to his side of the aisle, votes yes.
Representative Michelle,
Michelle votes no.
Representative Morin-Bello,
Morin-Bello votes no.
Senator Needleman, Representative O'Day,
O'Day, yes.
Senator Austin, Representative Reyes, Representative Rosario,
Representative Rosario votes in the negative.
Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the negative.
Representative Smith,
Smith votes no.
Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg passes temporarily.
Representative Turco,
Turco votes no.
Representative Zalastowski.
Yes.
Is there anyone's names I have not called or anyone who has entered the room?
To the clerk, it's Representative Farrar votes no.
Representative Carney votes yes. Representative Carney votes yes.
Is there anyone's names I have not called yet? And that is the roll, Madam Chair.
It appears that Representative Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg?
Representative Steinberg votes no at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will you please read the tally?
Total votes, 13 yay, 19 nay, 4 absent. Apologies for my dyscalculia.
The amendment fails. Thank you, Mr. Clerk, for your diligence on that. Listen, I have the utmost respect for the good representative and appreciate that this is a work in progress. And, we have made it so for the past 2 sessions. Bringing this bill back is just representative of the fact that we want to ensure that we're listening to constituents about this, hearing their concerns, but we also recognize that there are dealer concerns. And again, as I've said before, and echoing the words of the good Senate ranking member, I think the best legislation does come out of having all of the stakeholders at the table, where we can work together and come up with the best laws for the residents of the state of Connecticut. That being said, I think we heard in that discussion around the amendment some really good suggestions about perhaps a registry, perhaps disclosing the conveyance fees above the line of the offering price so that customers know exactly what that itemization is, know exactly what the conveyance fees are, but still have that advertised offering price, which is largely recognized as negotiable, by consumers everywhere. And so they can really compare apples to apples and know that they can negotiate that price. So with that said, I think you have the chair's commitment to continue work on this bill. Should it pass out of committee today, we really want to get this right, and we want to have all the voices at the table and see what we can do to pass a consumer-friendly bill that keeps in mind the cost of doing business as a car dealer in the state of Connecticut as well. Any other questions or comments, Senator Wong?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to the underlying bill in the substitute language. Keeping the theme of apples is the fact that indeed we have heard there are some bad apples, but there are bad apples in every lot, in every profession. And I know this bill has well-intended consumer protection focus, no doubt about it. And we've heard the advocates talk about it, and I understand it's a very convoluted system that has evolved over time to be where it is right now. And I know there have been past efforts to try to address this issue. And I think part of the frustration is not always the compliance of what has been agreed to. But I hope that perhaps instead of legislation, that we reinforce what is in place and to bring more clarity and more enforcement of the law that is already in place, instead of placing a new one into a landscape that is fast changing. I know the good Madam Chair cited the Federal Trade Commission pending regulations, and I'm extremely concerned that we're getting ahead of ourselves on federal preemption. And as the good representative from New Canaan articulated, we should learn our lesson from Rhode Island that preempted it and then have to indeed restructure their entire system. And I think what we're at stake here is, if we're wrong on this preemption, and if the FTC regulations is contested in legal challenges to be unconstitutional and unapplicable, we're ahead in pushing through some legislations that I believe could create irreparable damage to some of our dealer businesses. And I'll explain that a little further. When dealers promote their pricing, and in this age of fast information and transitory internet kind of exchanges of data points, being able to have that, quote, full transparency of not having the conveyance, but to have that full price included in the services that are appropriate and necessary, you are now competing with other states in our surrounding area in which car buyers are going to shop. Now, when we have, at this latest from OLR report, only 2 states in our surrounding area, New York and Rhode Island, that have some aspects of a cap. But I, in talking to some of the consumers, look at when they car shop, they look at ads from dealers in Massachusetts, Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont. They don't have this kind of a regulation or this kind of a removal in regards to real pricing disclosure. They're going to be able to sell their car on an internet ad or a internet search in pricing that is going to put our dealers at a significant disadvantage. And we're going to create a sapping of these kind of dealers to be able to compete on a fair marketplace. Now, if the FTC rule is applied and everybody is under the same rule, then that pricing is fair, transparent, all across the board. But in this bill, specific to the state of Connecticut, we are handicapping and hamstrung our dealers to be able to compete on pricing in a real transparent manner. We may be transparent, but New Hampshire may not be. Massachusetts may not be. And look, we can look beyond just our New England borders, looking at states like New Jersey, Maryland, and for snowbirds that may be looking to buy cars, that they can look in Florida and South Carolina. They don't have these kind of rules that creates a higher transparent price. I agree with that. Transparency is fabulous. But when one state does it and 40 other states do not, you are putting our dealers in a distinct competitive disadvantage. And I'm fearful if the federal preemption is challenged and defeated, and we impose this plan, we may create irreparable damage to our dealers that they may not yet recover, because the marketplace is competitive. It is very dynamic. And these kind of challenges to their ability to compete is something that I'm extremely concerned about. And I'm hopeful that we can get a balance in regards to transparency and fairness to consumers, but also recognizing that, you know, we can't be the vanguard in regards to some aspects of our laws that puts our small, mostly family-owned dealerships and businesses potentially out of business. You know, we talked earlier about supporting small businesses. Well, our auto dealers are small community, sometimes family-owned businesses that are the very essence of our community. They're holding on. I'm sure some of them are very successful and have good profit margins, but I'm fearful that if we do this in this marketplace, we put them at a competitive disadvantage to other states that do not impose this, that we are creating a dynamic that they may not yet recover from. So in that case, I hope that we continue to work toward a solution. But I think more importantly, and as we debated this bill in many years, about enforcement. Perhaps we should look at enforcement instead of changing the entire dynamic. So in that case, I'll be voting no on this and hope that we continue to work on it. But we need to be very, very conscious that as much as we talk about supporting our businesses and employers of Connecticut residents, that we do not create an unfair playing field that puts them in the danger of being out of business. So thank you for this opportunity, and I hope that we'll commit to, as we've done so many times in this committee through the leadership, continue this work in progress. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And I certainly understand the good ranking members' concerns. I will say, you know, we received last session a list of about 15 other states who do impose caps on their conveyance fees, and included in that, and I believe the good senator reference was Rhode Island and New York, both with caps very, very low. In fact, I think New York has a $175 cap. And I might argue that we're not hearing from New York dealers that, you know, they're being put out of business by Connecticut dealerships because they have a cap on their conveyance fees. But again, what this bill contemplates is not, in fact, a cap of $175, which we know the conveyance fees in Connecticut have been well above that traditionally, ranging anywhere we've heard from $400 to in excess of $1,200, with little transparency despite statutory requirements on transparency. And again, we're talking about bad actors here, and I recognize that, but even beyond bad actors, we've got some really reputable dealerships. And, you know, we're going online during the public hearing trying to figure out where this pricing is. And again, it could be there. It could very well be there. But as just an average consumer trying to purchase a vehicle, it was very difficult for me to not only find the conveyance fees associated with these vehicles, but also have any recognition that these conveyance fees are negotiable. By putting these into an offering price, it is clear, because we all know as consumers that when we go to purchase a vehicle and there's an offering price, that price is typically negotiable. So again, I urge the committee to vote yes on this legislation before us today, with the understanding that we recognize that this is a work in progress. There are several other states, so we would not be the only state to adopt a similar bill in accordance with the FTC CARS rule. In fact, Georgia, Colorado, and Vermont all have similar legislation in place currently. And I suspect many more. I have been reading about the CARS rule, and while I'm not an attorney, it isn't my understanding that it's being challenged on the grounds of constitutionality, though perhaps the good representative has further information on that, but rather procedural complaints around the nature of the rule. Again, it remains to be seen whether this goes forward. But if it doesn't, there is in fact another rule, the junk fees rule, that could apply to conveyance fees as well. Additionally, we passed out of General Law Committee, of which I'm a member, something around junk fees as well. So it's something that this committee has been contemplating from a consumer protection standpoint. I think it's good legislation. But I agree that we can make it even better. And so you have my commitment to do that once this leaves this committee and goes to the floor. And I know my co-chair was nodding his head, and you have his commitment as well. Does anybody have any comments, questions, concerns on this legislation? Representative Turco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't prolong the conversation because both you and Chairman Lamar have said all of the talking points that I really wanted to say about how I believe this bill is really good for transparency, protecting the consumers, that this is become an industry practice that I believe is unfair. And I experienced this myself, having negotiated for, I think, what felt like hours to then have a price that I thought was all done, and then have this fee thrown at the end before I was signing the papers and told there was nothing I could do about it. So I really think that this bill is needed. I have a lot more I could say, but I thank both chairs for the work they did in this JFS language, because I think it's really what we need to protect the constituents we represent in these purchases. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know we've had this conversation for a few years now, and this conversation often focuses on the bad actors, right? The folks who are charging $1,300, $1,200. I think Representative Carney found one in the public hearing. It was charging $1,200 and for a conveyance fee. Representative Carney at that time was lucky, because I'm going onto websites while we're sitting here right now. We had testimony at our public hearing about how 80% of purchasers use the web to conduct their search. 80% of customers use the web. In Connecticut, if you want a price on, let's say, a Mercedes, and you wanted to look at different locations across the state, you'd have one price here, $78,790. That might be a competitive price. I'll compare it to 5 other dealerships across the state. Well, guess what? I've done just that in the last few minutes. Senator Wong provided me an opportunity to do so. I can't find a conveyance fee on any of them. Not a single one of them anywhere in this payment price. Now, the legal requirement right now is on all advertising of price, conveyance fee must be advertised, must be disclosed. It's not on any of them. 80% of consumers use the web to do price comparison shopping. You cannot find that conveyance fee anywhere. I got the e-price. I go down to get my personalized payment. I go through about 6 or 7 steps. Finally, at the end, in very small print with a little star next to it, talks about does not include the $599 conveyance fee. That's at one location. On another, it is $799. At another, it's $250. Again, I have absolutely no idea about those prices until I'm on almost the 6th click through on the web. Now, imagine I made a choice based upon my early stage comparison of the price that I see available on the website, which 80% of people do before they purchase a car. And I thought I got the best price by looking at those websites. I'm going to go to that dealership today. All right, I saw online, you're advertising that car for this price. I looked at all other cars of that make and model across the state. You guys have got the lowest price. That's great. I'm going to start here with you. You go through the process. You talk about the price. You get the price down as much as you want. And they're like, well, that does not include the $799 state allowed conveyance fee. Yes, because when you buy a car, oftentimes it'll be introduced to you as what the state allows us to charge this conveyance fee. And most people hear that as, oh, geez, it's a state fee. And so when you are then told there's nothing you can do about it, you think, oh, the state did that to me. And And those are the emails that I'm getting, and you guys might get it. The state, why did you let this dealership do this to me? What are you taking that $7.99 for? And you have to go through like, well, actually, you were allowed to negotiate that fee. You weren't aware of that? Of course they weren't aware of that. Of course they didn't know. It came pre-printed on the form that was handed off to them in the finance room after they negotiated everything else. Look, I get frustrated by this issue because I don't think it's in any way unfair to say we must disclose the out the door price. And that's what we're doing. The legislation before us says, okay, we heard that you don't like caps. We heard you don't like set amounts. You don't like percentages. All right. What consumers really want more than anything else is to know what the price is before they walk in the door. You have to disclose those fees before you walk in the door. And to me, that's what this bill does, is what the FTC rule does, is what the CARS rule does. It gets us in the right direction. It protects consumers. And I understand that the dealership industry might not like it. It might be different, a way of operating. But frankly, right now, what is happening is egregious. And we know it is. And I know we don't want to like attack small business owners, but the reality is every one of our constituents goes and buys a car from one of these folks. And right now, they're not given the transparency that they deserve. They're not given the transparency that the law requires. And I frankly think we've waited too many years to address this. I think the bill before us needs some more conversation with my good Representative O'Day and Senator Martin, who've been passionate on this issue, who've got some ideas, and I want to incorporate them as much as I possibly can. But this is the right direction for Connecticut consumers. Having a full view price that every constituent of ours can see when they shop online. 80% of customers are doing it now. It's probably going to be more later. Having no surprises when they walk into that finance office. Not thinking that they're required to pay a conveyance fee they had no idea about before they walked in. To me, this is a clear and easy issue, and I hope I can have your support today. We can address this in Connecticut, finally, the way they have in many other states. Thank you.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for your passion on this. And you're absolutely right. We've seen this a number of times, and we're almost there. And I know that we will get this to the finish line. That said, we do have a little bit more work, and I think we will get there. I will be a no today, but I do look forward to more discussions with the chair and with our good colleagues here that do have some ideas so that we can get the best bill forward for all of our consumers and get it over the finish line maybe this year, so we don't have to see this bill again. So I do look forward to working with you both and my ranking senator here, but today I will be a no. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other questions or comments, will the clerk please call the roll?
This is an immediate roll call vote to JFS to the floor. House Bill 5203, LCO number 3127. Senator Cohen,
Yes.
Representative Lamar,
Yes.
Senator Lopes, Representative Burger Javala,
Yes.
Senator Wong,
Senator Huang votes no.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes no.
Representative Blumenthal, Representative Bronco,
No.
Representative Carney, Senator Cabrera, Representative Chaleski, Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Conley,
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Dancho, Representative DiCaprio,
Gabriel votes no.
Representative Denning, Representative
Farrar votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes no.
Senator Gaston. Representative Khanna.
Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola.
Labriola votes no.
Representative McCarthy Vehi.
McCarthy Vehi votes yes.
Representative Mara. Senator Martin.
Martin votes yes.
Representative Michelle.
Michelle votes yes.
Representative Morinbello.
Lauren Bello votes yes.
Senator Needleman. Representative O'Day.
O'Day votes no.
Senator Austin. Representative Reyes.
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario.
Representative Rosario votes yes.
Representative Sims.
Representative Sims in the affirmative.
Representative Smith. Representative Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco.
Turco votes yes.
Representative Zalestowski.
Yes.
Is there anyone's names I have not called or anyone who has entered the room?
Representative Denning votes yes.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I voted the wrong way.
Representative, how do you vote?
I will vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And again, we will be holding votes open to an hour after recess, time to be determined. Next on the agenda is, a simple bill, HB 5485, JF to the floor. Can I get a motion?
So moved back.
Moved by Representative Lamar, seconded by Senator Lopes. This is an act concerning transportation infrastructure for electric vehicles. Some have pointed out that the title needs some modifying. The first section of this bill is to create an electric vehicle infrastructure coordinating council, tiny little membership of 40 members, 20 ex officio members, and 20 members appointed by legislative leaders. There are various items that this council will be contemplating, including an analysis of ZEVs, also known as zero emission vehicles, their benefits, costs. The council will be looking at charging infrastructure, strategies to ensure that those charging stations are installed across the state in urban, suburban, and rural areas, adequacy of the electric grid as we move towards electrification, analysis of cost trends and available incentives. Other sections of this bill include Section 2, the changes to our cheaper rebate program. Right now, our cheaper rebate program does prioritize environmental justice communities. However, there's not a degree of specificity within the statutory language. This would require at least 40% of the rebate and voucher funding to go to census tracts in which 30% or more of the population has an income below 200% of FPL. It also requires the marketing of this program. We learned in the process of our discussion around electric vehicles that a lot of folks don't even know about our rebate programming here in the state of Connecticut, and we want to make sure we're changing that, not only around electric vehicles, but around electric bikes as well, which is something that this committee passed out a couple of years ago in coordination with the Environment Committee. Section 3 authorizes $10 million in GO bonds to provide municipal grants within EJ communities to install charging infrastructure and provide incentives and rebates for installing chargers in the public right of way. Also, this bill does contemplate electric rates that EDCs are able to charge a customer for electricity provided to separately metered level 2 chargers in residential areas, particularly multifamily housing. And Section 5 is a rural mobility study, really requiring DOT to make recommendations with respect to expanding mobility options to more rural communities and account for operation and maintenance costs and the size of currently used vehicles and compatibility with rural operation and the viability of operating sustained services to rural communities, as well as best practices. Any discussion, comments, questions? Senator Martin?
Oh, no, go with you.
Up.
Yeah.
Okay, my co-chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do appreciate the conversation that's gotten us to this point. I think the public hearing was quite instructive in how we proceed forward. We, I think, recognize that whether we adopt the California standard, which was up for discussion this past year, or we're under the EPA standard, our citizenry, our state, our residents need to understand and plan for the future, and our state needs to match them. There'll be broad requirements set out by the EPA in the coming years about the sale of low emission vehicles that need to occur, whether we do this council or not. And what this council seeks to do is recognize the impediments, the challenges, the struggles that we're going to have getting to those targets, whether it be the EPA standard or the California standard. Nothing in this bill points us in any direction. Nothing puts the thumb on the scale of any one set of standards versus another. All it simply does is bring all of the people who are invested in us achieving the standards that are set at the federal level to Connecticut. How do we do that? If you have concerns about how our grid can handle the increased demand for electric vehicles, well, thankfully, we put the EDCs right on this council. If you're concerned about how manufacturers are going to approach this impending deadline, we have manufacturers part of this council. If you're concerned about how our grid infrastructure, how the charging stations will go, whether it will be into every community in the state, well, thankfully, that's all part of this council. Look, we're going to work together to get us to this point. And I know there's fear and trepidation in certain corners of the state about the lack of infrastructure that they see today. Well, that's what we're trying to get to. I think it's good to bring these folks together, to convene this council, to work towards the solutions that we'll need to implement in our state. We cannot put our heads in the sand about the changing economic marketplace before us. The reality is more and more manufacturers are moving to fully electric sales. More and more of the car sales that happen throughout our state will be electric. And right now, our state does not have the capacity to meet the targets that are currently enshrined in Connecticut law or the federal standards that just today, just while we were here in this meeting, were announced. It's an ambitious target that we need planning and we need coordination to reach. I was deeply disappointed that we couldn't get the California standards over the final hurdle line this past year. Full disclosure, I think that's the direction we're supposed to be heading in. I think that's what we need to commit to. If it was about what I personally think, gosh, this bill might even have those regulations right in here. We'll be voting on them today. But I recognize that we're not quite there yet. Our citizens are not quite there yet, and there have been concerns raised, valid ones, across the state about how do we plan for that future. So I'm excited by what this council will do. I'm excited about the issues that we'll tackle, and I feel that a wholehearted, full commitment to this will get the best result for our residents of Connecticut. And if we don't do that, then Connecticut residents will be ill-served and underprepared, and our state would suffer for it. So I'm hoping we have commitment to this cause, because whether it's California or EPA national standards, those are ambitious targets that our state has to be ready for, and we need the council to prepare us to. So thank you all for the conversations that we've had. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your work on this bill. a lot of staff time and thought went into this to try to get a comprehensive list of people. I know we'll talk about more of it. I know that there's concerns that my good ranking members have raised that we're trying to figure out ways to incorporate into the council as well. And so while this conversation has been very public and high profile for the last few months, the council, I think, is the right direction for it at this time. And I anticipate there's more conversation and thought that will go into it. So thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, for me, this has indeed been a very long and public saga. From the summer where the regs review stalemate happened and there was that passionate discussion relating a potential special session and really just the ongoing emotionality that has occurred. And I hope that in this committee discussion that we kind of tone down the emotion, but let's get to the relevancy of how we can move forward, hopefully. For me, as a longstanding proponent of electric vehicles, I've driven one for 4+ years and now have a plug-in hybrid. I have understood the importance and the value and the personal decision to purchase an electric vehicle. And I have also seen the incredible frustration and challenges of the inadequacies of our infrastructure. And also for me as a environmental advocate, who is extremely concerned about climate change initiatives, fossil fuel that is polluting our air and creating climate change and impacts on our ecosystem as well as our economics. It's important to kind of understand that doing nothing is not acceptable. But I think the challenge with this bill and how the evolution got to it is quite emotional. And when we had our public hearing, it is important to note that we had an estimation of nearly a 9-to-1 ratio of people who have spoken out against this policy of a council and a roadmap. Let me be clear. This is not a mandate. And I want to say that for the clarity of this committee and the public, and also to our chairs that may have suffered unintended slings of arrows. I know this is not a mandate. And this is a advisory council that is creating a roadmap. But the challenge is we've had a roadmap since 2020. We've had a roadmap that was passed on a bipartisan basis without the tinge of political partisanship that we see right now, that for the past 4 years, there were components of that roadmap that was assigning DEEP to implement. But as a user of an electric vehicle, we are woefully behind in even implementing a roadmap that we put in place. I can give you an example, and the good Madam Chair and I shared this frustration. When we were driving electric vehicles to come into the Capitol, there is almost like a kind of a struggle to find charging stations in this Capitol building for us as a state and a legislative majority that is advocating for electric vehicle adoptions. I think we only have at most 7 or 8 chargers in this entire parking complex. We have to, and I know that Madam Chair knows during session days, we share that I give her a call when I'm fully charged. But the reality is, for 4 years, we had a roadmap. And for 4 years, we have not done the job that's necessary to articulate and make an impression on the marketplace to adopt EVs. So when we talk about the composition of this council, I'm concerned that we're creating a bigger entity, 40 members, with an idea that we're going to get somewhere when we've had 4 years of saying we're going to go somewhere and we haven't done anything. And I think the other critical component of this is the marketplace is changing dramatically. Counter to what the good chair said, electric vehicle sales have fallen flat. There's challenges in regards to unintended learning consequences, impact. We've seen cars in Chicago due to the freezing weather not to be able to start. We've heard from fire authorities to say that electric cars are incredibly dangerous to fight. We're learning as we go. But we have 4 years to try to learn all this. And we hadn't done it. You know, one of the things that I had proposed earlier was the fact that before we impose any guidelines, I'm not going to use the word mandate, but we use the council to kind of create a roadmap for us to do things. One of the bills I proposed early on in the session was to say, before we impose any regulations or mandates on consumers, perhaps our state agencies should fulfill that commitment first. Before you impose it on the consumer, maybe our state government departments impose an all-electric vehicle structure. See how that works. Prove to the general public that this plan works. We're striving to get somewhere, and I know the roadmap is an attractive point to say, I want to get from point A to point B, but we have a roadmap, and we've not met it. And to the good chair's point about saying we don't want to put the thumb on the scale. Well, in looking at the composition of this advisory council, I'm looking at an overwhelming majority party input. I'm looking at the appointment members of a majority party being able to have a 14-6 majority in their appointments. And to think that also for the 4 appointments each, for the Senate President and the House Speaker, you have 4 appointments that are not specified. So I beg to differ that putting the thumb on the scales is exactly what this composition could become. It was one of the proposals to change the composition of this advisory board. And I'm disappointed that that was not heeded. There were other recommendations that came forth in the public hearing in regards to firefighters being on a part of this advisory board to really ensure that the challenges and the dangers of EV fires on our roadways, in our garages, in our communities are managed with expertise. The other aspect is to be able to have different aspects of input and more of an equal distribution between parties is necessary to get the confidence that all shareholders are being heard on this. And I think the good Madam Chair in the previous bills we talked about is truly, we have a responsibility to engage all the shareholders, even the ones that are vehemently opposed to this, so that we can craft a bill that can be implemented, that we can achieve the goals we're striving for. I think the frustration is we're not listening to the people. It seems that government or the majority has an idea of where they want to go, and they passionately believe in it. And I respect that, and I value that. But to not have any substitute language in this bill to account for the input of the hundreds of people that gave testimony, to hear from the leaders of the House and Senate Republicans that offered commentary. This is not a product that incorporates all the shareholder viewpoints. I want to get there. I want to be sure that we get to a standard where we reduce air pollution, we reduce our dependency on fossil fuel, that we're able to create a better future in regards to sustainability. I want to get there. But as we've seen, not engaging all the shareholders, not getting all the perspectives, and looking at all the solutions that are available. I know the good Madam Chairwoman said this title could use some editing. Why are we looking at hydrogen? Why are we not looking at fossil fuel? Fuel cells. Again, I don't see it in this language. The good chair just nodded and said, we are going to look at it. But the struggle is we're voting on a document that has none of those concerns in there. So to reiterate, I know the good chair who I tremendously respect and value his thoughts and insights. We may challenge each other, but I have the utmost respect. I think the key challenge and the big question is, do we follow the California standard, or do we follow the EPA new release standards, or do we do nothing at all? To me, doing nothing at all is not an acceptable option from environmental consciousness and climate change and reducing air pollution. But that being said, this bill and the composition of this council does not reflect a working, effective policy initiative that everybody can feel confident in. And I hope that we continue to work on this as a very, very big work in progress. But in my case right here, I'm going to have to vote no, because it does not incorporate all the things that we discussed. And the proof is in the pudding of putting things in writing. So my hope is, as we continue to work on this, as we continue to get to a yes, we remember to engage all the shareholders, to engage all the individuals that will be impacted by this. The most important of all, as I said, maybe government should demonstrate that it's willing to live with the rules that we're thinking about imposing on the general public. So I appreciate the opportunity to articulate some of the passions I have. It's important to have that productive conversation, remove the emotions that has been part of this debate, and really get to solutions that everyone can buy into. One of the proudest moments that we have as chairs and ranking is to be able to produce a product that we can all stand side by side and say, we've worked on this and we agree, so let's make it happen. So I hope we'll do that into the future. But as of today, I'll be of no vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And I would just love the chance to, discuss some of your comments. I didn't really comment on the bill at the top of the session, other than to go through the sections that are contained herein. But I will say, I agree with the good senator in that, climate has largely been overwhelmingly a bipartisan conversation here in the state of Connecticut. And I think that, you can look back in 2018 when interim goals were set up with respect to 22A 200A, which is the Global Warming Solutions Act. And there was an overwhelming bipartisanship and a decision to say that we are going to meet 45% of 2001 levels by 2030. And we have our goal to get to 80% by 2050. And to get to those goals, because of how Connecticut's situated and where we are with respect to air quality, it's going to take a lot. It's going to take all of us coming together as residents, as political parties, as government, to help get us to those goals. And I think it's really important that we do listen to the constituents across the state of Connecticut, which is why I think it was so important when we thought about how to structure this, when we thought about what we needed as a path forward. We wanted to take the emission standards off the table. Because the reality is, regardless of whether we go with the federal emission standard or we go with the California emission standard, we are woefully behind in meeting our bipartisan targets that we set. And we have a lot of work to do. There is a widespread recognition that we need a roadmap to get there. DEEP developed a roadmap in 2020. In discussions over California emission standards, because it's no secret that the regulatory framework needed to change and the regulations, the new regulations went to the Regs Review Committee, who ultimately did not decide to take a vote on them. And so there was a lot of conversation around this towards the end of last year, as well as the beginning of this session. And it was recognized that we needed a plan, regardless of what Connecticut does, because again, we're either in the EPA standard or we're following California emission standards. We need a plan. We need to help our constituents in the move towards electrification. We need to figure this out. We need to figure out, are there enough charging stations in rural areas? How are we going to account for multifamily dwellings and apartment buildings in our more urban centers and urban environments? How are we going to help customers electrify, making sure that our grid is ready, working with our electric distribution companies to understand, hey, you've got a Pura docket out there on grid modernization. How are we doing there? How is it going to, how is all of this? Because gosh, when we set those bipartisan targets for 2030, I think we all recognize, and it's again, no secret, that we need 500,000 electric vehicles on the road in Connecticut by 2030 in order to meet those goals. So how are we going to do it? Because we all agreed as a legislature that bipartisan, that we needed to meet these interim targets. We're not meeting them now. In fact, we just got downgraded in terms of ozone and air quality to severe non-attainment. So as we're talking about greenhouse gas emissions, as we're talking about electrification, as we hear from the federal government today, the EPA rule has us getting to 67% of electric vehicles by 2032. So again, whether we're in the California standard, which does phase out combustible sales of new combustible engines, or we're in the federal standard, we have some serious targets to make. And we need to figure out how we're going to meet these greenhouse gas reduction goals. I think this council is fair in that it brings a lot of the stakeholders to the table. In Massachusetts, they have a similar council. It's working well for them. We wanted to make sure that we had more stakeholders at the table than Massachusetts did, because we recognize that it is important for the EDCs to be at the table. It is important for car manufacturers to be at the table. It is important for fleet owners like rental car companies to be at the table in this discussion. So beyond our legislative body, we need to hear from all of these stakeholders to understand how we're going to make progress. How are we going to make these cars affordable? How are we going to make charging accessible? And how are we going to take an equitable approach to doing so in the state of Connecticut? We're doing that because we know that our residents are going to need our help. We know that our climate is going to need our help. We know as this legislative body that we have set forth specific goals and targets. We're not getting there right now. We can get there, but we can only get there and help constituents and residents across the state of this state by working together and really truly listening to the people. So again, I thank the good ranking member for his comments. I think we can work in a bipartisan manner when it comes to this, when it comes to getting a plan in place. I'm committed to making that work, to working together to find solutions to get this council to a good place so that we can develop an updated roadmap. Yes, we have a roadmap that was produced in 2020. A lot's changed. A lot's changed just in the past few months with respect to electrification. We need an updated roadmap. We need to understand how we're going to get Connecticut to where we need to be to meet our goals with respect to the Global Warming Solutions Act. And I really think this is a good first stab at it. And I hope we can work together to make sure that by the end of this legislative session, we have a council in place that can take feedback from those stakeholders that maybe aren't represented here through informational hearings, through public hearings, from hearing from constituents and others across the board, that we can take that feedback and incorporate it into an updated 2024 roadmap or 2025 roadmap. So with that, I'm hoping that we can get widespread support today with the recognition, as I've said with so many other bills on the agenda before us today, that these are works in progress. We only have 6 weeks. I guess we're down to 5 weeks left in session now. And we recognize, I too despise the short session. There's a lot of pressure to get this stuff done. But I think that we're all committed here to making it work in a bipartisan way. I do know there's other questions and comments. Representative O'Day? Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Kennedy, followed by Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Rep. O'Day. I won't be that long. You know, the fact is that unfortunately, people are always resistant to change. And I don't think the social media, the media has done us any favors, certainly. You know what? I look at this and I worry about my great nieces and nephews, because where are they going to be? Because I probably won't be here. But so it's really important. But it's a couple of things to remember. When this was before the regs review, they did not vote on it. It was pulled before they even had a chance or the opportunity to do so. And I kind of wondered, was that because we just weren't concerned? If I know we keep talking about the EPA national standards versus California, and I do believe in my heart of hearts, so we'll get there, we'll figure it out, but I do hope that we do. And then my other concern is in looking at the council, the makeup of the council. So the DEP commissioner will be one of the chairs, is my understanding. And she wrote the original 2020 roadmap and likely will be one of the ones doing so again. So, but then reviewing her own roadmap. So that's a concern. But my other biggest concern, and it's not fear mongering at all, it's just the field that I came from, having worked in a fire department, having gone through some fire department training as a civilian. And everyone says, no, you know, combustible cars, they catch fire too. But it's the amount of the RPMs that come out of the pumps when you're putting out a fire. And one of my biggest concerns is if someone is trapped in a vehicle. And when they're dispatched to the call, to the scene, they don't know what they're being dispatched to. They don't know if it's electric. And this happened recently in one of my towns. And when they arrived, the vehicle was fully involved. Thankfully, I guess, the occupant of the vehicle was ejected and was fine, thankfully. But it took a lot of water to get that out. And as it was pointed out to me by one of the fire inspectors, that water all runs out into our drains. And where does that water go? It goes into Long Island Sound. My other concern is, again, with a house fire. If you have a fully involved house structure, you're arriving thinking you have a house fire, and perhaps that fire started in the garage with the car. So now your your responding fire departments they're dealing with two different types of a fire, an electrical vehicle perhaps that's had extension into the home. So that's one of I really would like to see our fire personnel on this. I think they have a lot of opinions on this. I agree with you, Madam Chair. I think we can get there. I would like to see us get there, but we have to get through that wherever we're at, where we're butting heads with the national standards versus California federals. We just have to get past that. And once we do, I think that we can start to put together all of everyone's ideas, because I don't think maybe we're not as far apart as we think. And I think we can get there. and recognizing that it really is good for our environment. We know it's been a difficult time. I know back in June when we had the fires coming from Canada, that was a really difficult time for me. I couldn't leave my house because I have severe asthma and I literally couldn't leave the house. So that's just a side on it. But for today, I will be a no vote, but I know I am confident that we can work together to get where we want to. I think we listened to the public the other day, and some of the remarks may have been off, but we have to reassure the public that we're not mandating, because initially this is how that came out, that this was a mandate. We need to make sure we pull back that word, that we're not a mandate, that we're going to be moving towards this, because this is what we have to do. This is really what we have to do. So I will be a no today, but I do look forward to many more discussions to get us where we need to be. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And you bring up a good point, because I think when we as a committee were, having to look through testimony and listen to public hearing testimony, it's very hard to sift through, because a lot of, and I know Senator Wong mentioned the hundreds of pieces of testimony. A lot of them just say, please don't ban combustible engines, which is not what this piece of legislation does. So it's very difficult for us as legislators. We want to take public input. We want to understand what our constituents would like to see moving forward, but it's hard when it's not exactly what the bill did. So we really want to take feedback with respect to the council. We talked a lot about that during public hearing with respect to our cheaper program and the modifications made also herein. So I think there's a lot up for discussion, but again, not in this bill, whether or not we're going with either standard or whether we're talking about banning the sale of internal combustion engines. And I will just say, I want to make a comment with respect to fire suppression, because I do think that's incredibly important. And we did hear that during public hearing. I think, what we've learned from the National Transportation Safety Board is that there are special strategies that need to be deployed when you're fighting these lithium ion battery fires. And unfortunately, there's few resources for our fire departments in terms of training and implementation of those strategies at this point. So I think what we need to do is have a discussion about how to get, and this is probably a discussion for our public safety committee, quite frankly, but how to get those strategies deployed for the proper training of our fire safety personnel, for their safety, for their own safety, for the safety of residents across the state of Connecticut, and really beyond, because I do know there's special techniques. I've even gotten into the weeds on it a little bit in terms of fire blankets and putting the hose underneath. There's some very special considerations to be made. And I think in looking at this, perhaps we can talk about maybe that's a piece of the report that comes out in terms of fire suppression strategies. But again, that's all up for discussion. And I really appreciate you bringing that up. Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. And you did remind me of something. So it's a lot of training. I know our firefighters will get that training. The other thing you mentioned was dispatch. There's someone that's going to need to be dispatched as well, because a lot of times when a call comes through the dispatch center, it's a structure fire or fully involved, or it may be just smoke. But if you don't know where it initiated, I think that's my biggest concern. And extension of a fire is so quick. And if it's a windy day, I've seen houses that are on fire, and before you know it, the neighbor's house is on fire if it's a windy day. So I'm glad you brought up public safety, because our dispatchers will also need to know how to dispatch if they happen to know the way the call comes in. So I know that's not in the charge right now of this council, but I think we'll work towards that. And I do appreciate that. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for all of the knowledge you bring to the table with respect to fire safety. And I think it's a good a time as any to really thank our fire personnel too, because they are faced with inherent danger day in and day out, protecting our residents. And I think, ensuring that everybody's properly trained for their safety going forward will be vitally important. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And having bought pizza for Environment, Judish, and Transportation previously, I do not plan on doing it again. So we're going to be out of here before dinner, I think. And I'm not going to do any amendments unless the good chairs suggest a couple. As before, just I want to align myself with my colleagues, the ranking members. As someone who I had a hybrid vehicle back in 2012 when I got elected, 2013, a Ford Fusion hybrid. And right now, I've told this story. I can't now remember if it was Environment or here, where I had my Ford F-150, my son's F-150 blue, engine blue, with 200 and something thousand miles on it. And 10 months ago, my Ford Fusion engine blue. So you'd think, okay, Tom's clearly going to go electric this time. Well, I went into the dealership, and to be honest, I said, what's your cheapest lease? As a matter of fact, I can't give away the Mach-E's. It's the cheapest lease right now for me is the Mach-E. And so that, the Bronco Sport is also around that. So, I may get the Mach-E, but I have to pay money to put it at a charging station in my home. We don't have enough charging stations here. I won't name them, but there was a good senator who was making a lot of loud noise about there not being enough charging stations for their vehicle to charge up here. And I agree with them. But this bill is pretty clear where it's going. And look, I have only been here for 12 years, but you're telling me you're going to look at the California state and the EPA. I mean, you're going with California. I mean, it's going to happen, and I don't agree with it. And I'm looking at the membership of this council, and I'd be willing to bet my mortgage that that's going to be the recommendation. And seeing, look, transportation has been very bipartisan. I don't think there's going to be a fair measure between going with California or going with the federal standard. I just don't think it's going to be a fair measure, but hopefully I'm going to be proven wrong. But if you just look across the country, EV sales, Ford lost billions of dollars on their EV sales. The combustion vehicles, they made money. They lost billions of dollars on EV vehicles. They can't give them away, as I've been told. The infrastructure has been said, and I don't want to belabor the point, but it's completely inadequate. I know the argument is, or the discussion is, well, we're going to set that up. That roadmap is going to be established by this commission. Well, instead of rushing in, let's get some infrastructure put in place first. The other issue that hasn't been discussed is EV vehicles are 60-70% are made in China. Congo, 70% of the world's cobalt mining occurs in Congo, where 40,000 children are in forced labor making $2 a day or less, some as young as 6 years old. That's 20% of the mining workers are children, doing 70% of the cobalt mining in the world. That's horrific. So just to be clear, when you buy an EV vehicle, you're supporting child labor in Africa. And by the way, it's not safe. They don't have OSHA. They've got life-threatening conditions working in Congo. The other thing that hasn't been talked about is Africa right now has got about 4 million men, women, and children. According to Walk Free, in walkfree.org, there are 4 million men, women, and children experiencing forced labor in Africa particularly in mining, agricultural, fishing, and domestic work. We all want to do better for the environment. But a quick question to the good chair. This committee is looking at electric vehicles. Does that include hydrogen?
Yes, to the good representative, they are, they are to be contemplating fuel cell vehicles as well as plug-in hybrid vehicles and range extended battery electric vehicles.
So hydrogen as a fuel will also be looked at as a fuel cell. So I will state that hydrogen as a fuel is also, so hydrogen as a fuel will not be looked at by this committee? Is that correct?
It is not included in the definition.
So I hope that that's somewhere where we're willing to go, because I know it's not a zero carbon. It is a low carbon variant, and it's going to make up, at least according to, I'm just reading from RMI.org, clean energy, hydrogen is going to make up, it's a clean $2.5 trillion part of the economy within the next 5 years alone. So, you know, the problem with the current EVs, they don't go far enough. They don't work well in cold weather. The fires, as again, my ranking member stated, both ranking members, I got CERT training. I said this in the Environment Committee earlier. I got CERT training, and the firemen told me they don't know how to put these out. Over 140 deaths in Manhattan alone last year due to fires caused by bike batteries exploding and catching fire in homes or apartments. So what I'd like to do is pump the brakes, not the regenerative brakes for the batteries, on going mandating EV. I just think having this as a solution to our environmental problems is not a solution. I think we're just pushing our pollution from here to Africa. It takes, in order to make an EV vehicle, it takes, was it double or triple the carbon footprint than a combustion engine? So it takes 3 years, at least 3 years, according to some studies, even longer, to even out the carbon EV vehicle to make with the batteries and a combustion engine. So most people lease their cars for 2 or 3 years. You are not carbon neutral. You're, in fact, by leasing an EV vehicle, you actually are creating a bigger carbon footprint than if you bought a combustion engine. Bigger footprint for leasing a 2-year EV. You're worse for the environment than leasing a combustion engine. I know I see the chair shaking his head. That's an absolute fact. So I would beg my members, just use Perplexity, AI. Google AI it. It takes 2 years at least to be carbon neutral between EV and combustion engines, and at least. But anyway, I'm going to vote no, hard no. I don't see how we can fix this unless we include other forms of propane. Propane, we've got buses running on propane in Norwalk. They spent over $1 million. And propane's better than diesel. So, and I asked the chairs, is propane one of the possible propulsion vehicles that we're going to look at for cleaner engines in this committee?
To the good representative, I would just say that nothing's off the table, right? I think a lot of this discussion will come up organically. And I also just want to say, I looked this up. Hydrogen can only be used in vehicles in conjunction with fuel cells. So hydrogen will be included. So I just wanted to correct myself there.
Okay, then I'm glad I was wrong on that score. We were wrong on that score. So, all right, well, thank you. I think there's got to be more work done on this. I do look forward to working with the good chairs and ranking on this. And but at the time, I'm a no. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. And I do think it's important to say, because I think some of your sentiments led us to believe that the council would be contemplating emission standards, which whether to be in the California emission standards or the EPA standard. And it is not the charge of the council to weigh in and contemplate the standards or make a recommendation at the end of the council's life as to whether or not Connecticut should participate in either the EPA standard or the California emission standard. So I just want to make that clear. There's nothing in the bill that insinuates that this council should be contemplating that or making any recommendations one way or another. I will also say, because you made some statements about carbon output with electric vehicles, and I did mention this in the public hearing because there was some information coming out about that. The University of Michigan conducted a study together with Ford Motor Company, actually, and found that cradle to grave, there's a 64% lower life cycle emission in an electric vehicle versus an internal combustion engine. So while there may be higher carbon output, and I think it is widely recognized that early on in the manufacture process, there's a larger carbon output, cradle to grave, there's actually a much lower emissions carbon output.
May I follow up with that? When cradle to grave, are we talking owning that electric vehicle for 20 years, 10 years? What's the grave when you say cradle to grave? Because I pointed out 2 to 3 years, which is the average lease period. That is absolutely, I thought it was undisputed that the carbon footprint of an EV is higher until you get into year 3 of ownership. Are you talking cradle to grave? What is that time period when you say that?
I'd encourage the good representative to look up the Ford U Michigan study. I don't know what they determined was cradle to grave in that particular study. I could take the time right now to look it up, but I don't think we need to put the committee at ease for it. Again, it's the U Michigan Ford Motor Company study. There are several others out there that do provide data on the carbon output of internal combustion engines versus electric vehicles. And all of them do state that while there is an early higher output with respect to the manufacture of electric vehicles, long-term, the carbon output is much lower.
Thank you very much for that. I would also point out, though, that China produces 75% of all lithium-ion batteries and 70% of the cathode capacity in refining. So I think we're putting a lot of eggs in the Chinese basket that on these EVs also, as well. But thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. We've got Senator Fazio, followed by Representative McCarthy-Vahey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the vast majority of us do want to see a greater proliferation of electric vehicles in Connecticut and across the United States. I certainly do. I certainly acknowledge that there are advantages, but I think there are enormous problems in getting there. And I don't think any single elected official or government employee has the ability to contemplate what the mix of different vehicles should be for the general population. My understanding is, especially from the chair's most recent comments, is that this is supposed to be kind of a dispassionate, neutral study of how to get towards more electric vehicles. But obviously, it comes in the context of a proposal for an electric vehicle mandate, to use kind of a slang term for the policy proposal. I fear that even though it's not said that there is going to be a recommendation or not at the end of this, that the purpose is to provide a pretext, among other things, for eventually passing that mandate, and that even the term roadmap implies an end point, and certainly that end point in this case would be a ban on the sale of new gas-powered vehicles. I among other a couple of other questions, I would like to ask either of the chairs if they think that roadmap would preordain an end point of an electric vehicle mandate in the state, or if they could imagine an end product, a recommendation of the study that would say that it's basically, if it is the case, it's basically very, very difficult, costly, or virtually impossible to achieve that end goal.
Thank you, Senator. And I would just say that, again, it is not the charge of this committee. So I do not believe that we will see any recommendation out of the committee as to whether Connecticut should be following the EPA guidelines or following the California emission standard. We are currently in the California emission standard here in the state of Connecticut. Unless we stand up regulations, we will default to the federal emission standard. And regardless of which standard we go towards, the future is electrification. Does that include a ban on the sale of internal combustion engines? Not by EPA standards. In fact, I think what was released today was 67% electric vehicles by 2032. So there is nothing in the federal EPA standards suggesting a ban on internal combustion engines. And again, no, I do not believe the term roadmap insinuates a ban at all. I think it insinuates that we are beginning to see more and more uptake in electric vehicles and clean vehicles, clean cars and trucks, and we need to ready ourselves here in the state of Connecticut, and a roadmap is a way to get us there, a way to get us to either the federal standard or a California emission standard.
Okay, I appreciate your answer, Senator. I understand that this study, the task force and the study, would inform decision making of the state, and among those decisions to be made is whether to join the California or the EPA standard. Yes, to one extent, roadmap does, to me at least, imply an end place, but also the personnel populating the study as well as the coordinating council includes policymakers who have made their views and desires known on which of those alternatives they would like to see, including members of the administration, including members of the General Assembly. I'm wondering if given that fact that many of the members of the study committee, including DEEP, many of the members of the coordinating council, including DEEP and leadership of the General Assembly, have made their views known in favor of a California standard compared to an EPA standard, that it concerns them that might tilt the study, the literature, the conclusion towards a product that says that achieving a high degree of electrification is possible or is lower cost.
Again, Senator, I would just point you to the federal emission standard. And regardless of the thoughts and feelings of myself as chair of the Transportation Committee, who has made it known that I believe we should follow the California emission standard, or the commissioner of the DEEP, who has also made it known that she believes that we should be in the California emission standard, this council does not contemplate that. What it does contemplate is how we are going to help our residents in a shift towards electrification, whether we follow a federal emission standard, which has us electrifying to 67% of all cars by 2032, or we're following a California standard. So it doesn't really matter if I prefer one or the other. We need to set up a regulatory framework to make the California standard work. Otherwise, our default is to the federal standard. And one way or another, we're looking at a future of electrification, a future that requires us not just to sit on our laurels, but to actually figure out how this is going to work for the state of Connecticut and its residents. How are we going to get charging infrastructure out to our most rural communities and make sure that folks who are driving themselves to and from work every day are able to plug in their cars and get to where they need to be? How are we going to make sure that our urban centers are prepared for this? How are we going to make sure that these cars are affordable, not only that the infrastructure is accessible? How are we going to make sure that our grid is ready? That is what we're contemplating here with this legislation. And we need all stakeholders at the table, and we need bipartisanship on this to make it work for all of the residents across our state.
I appreciate your answer and your advocacy, certainly. But listen, if this report comes out with a product that says the cost of generation, the cost of infrastructure, the cost of the vehicles are lower or going to be lower than in reality they will be, it will inform decision making of elected officials and commissioners to be more likely to adopt one standard over the other. So I think the idea that this isn't going to have a relationship with the discretionary decision making of policymakers in the executive branch and the legislative branch years forward strikes me as unlikely, with that question remaining very much open in this body and in the executive branch. And one thing that hasn't been spoken that much about, but the good chair has alluded to, is the generation, the electric generation piece of this. There was mentioned the goal of 500,000 electric vehicles by 2030. Using simple math of and sources from ISO New England, which is the regional electric regulator, 500,000 new electric vehicles translates to about 4.5 gigawatts worth of demand. For context on how much that is, Connecticut currently generates about 5 gigawatts of electricity on the grid currently. So even that goal of 500,000 new electric vehicles would mean a near doubling, a 90% increase in electric generation. That obviously, quite frankly, is the most important question in this entire study. It's more important than infrastructure. It's more important than the roads. It's more important than the charging stations. But will we have enough electricity to keep the lights on, to keep the air conditioning on, to keep the electric heat on, and to power a fleet of electric vehicles that's almost equal to the entire electric output of Connecticut as it is now? And not looking at both the coordinating council, the infrastructure coordinating council, and the task force, I don't really see a high degree of emphasis on that question or on experts who could answer that question for us. I wanted to ask the chairs, there are appointed members who will be vehicle dealers, who will be electric utilities, but I don't see any appointments for anyone with a background in generation and specifically regulating or analyzing electric generation regionally, maybe with one exception on this committee's ex officio members. Was there a consideration of the ability to analyze sufficient generation in creating the makeup of these committees?
Thank you so much for the question, Senator Fazio. And I would just remind everybody that we do have Pura dockets on this very question, pertaining to this question on grid modernization and efforts and what it's going to take to electrify here in the state of Connecticut, because we obviously have our greenhouse gas emissions goals, and measuring that or weighing that against our current distribution network. I think we absolutely, these are questions that need to be answered and contemplated. Will they be contemplated by this council? I do believe they will be. We do have, as you mentioned, we have distribution companies represented here. But in terms of generation, I think I would certainly point to the open dockets right now. And again, I do believe that that will come up in discussion. I would also just say, because the good senator did mention that perhaps having DEP on the council and others who are in favor of California emission standards, I think suggesting that we would take the information provided by the council and the workings of the council through informational hearings and public hearings and completely disregard that information is erroneous. I mean, I think we really need to understand this council is not happening under a veil of secrecy. This is a public council with publicly held meetings. All of that information will be widely available. We do have an electric vehicle roadmap right now that was produced in 2020. It requires updating. Do I expect it to deviate dramatically from what it is right now? I mean, I hope it'll be updated and modernized and now even better and improved with the input of our electric distribution companies and the input of vehicle manufacturers and fleet owners and the like, all of the stakeholders. I think it only improves the process, as I've said before, with respect to other bills that we've seen today. But I do want to assure everybody that this is not happening under a veil of secrecy. This is a very public council with the hope that the public will provide their input and provide some information with respect to the final outcomes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your answer. Unfortunately, Pura regulates and has expertise in distribution, the wires, the poles that deliver electricity to our homes, to our buildings, and so on, but does not analyze or have expertise in electric generation. So the power plants, the solar facilities, the windmills, and so on and so forth. DEEP does do an integrated resource plan that looks at generation, but I'm not sure that they do that internally. I think they might farm out that analysis. So of all the appointments and members of the committee and the study committee and the task force, I don't see anyone, maybe with the exception of DEEP, but that's not clear, who has any expertise in generation or analyzing generation. And if the numbers from ISO New England, who is the regional regulator, are correct, we are going to need a 90% increase in electric generation, in power plant capacity, in order to power an electrification of an aggressive electrification of the vehicle grid, of the vehicle fleet. And so, when the only member of the entire committee it has already kind of showed their hand on what they favor, and might not even do this analysis by themselves anyway, I don't think this is a committee, just on the merits, even if it was a dispassionate committee, even if it was necessary, that I think would be able to provide the most important analysis to the entire question of whether we're going to have enough electrons, enough electricity generated in an affordable way to keep the lights on, to keep the heat on in winter, while we're also powering electric fleet of 500,000 electric vehicles. So that's one of the reasons why I think some of us who are on the Energy Committee would have liked to see the legislation come our way as well, because these are probably the most important questions of whether or not we're going to be able to handle this on the grid, whether the state with the second highest electricity costs in the continental US is going to be able to prevent a 50%, 100% increase in electricity rates in our state, whether or not during times of high demand in the winter and the summer, we're going to be able to keep the electricity on for our elderly residents, for our sickly residents. I don't see the expertise. I don't see the confluence of organizations or individuals on these committees who are going to be able to provide those answers to us when we are trying to electrify our vehicle fleet. So on very much on the merits, in addition to the general direction of this committee and this legislation, I'm going to have to oppose it today. Again, I want to see more electrification of the vehicle fleet. I think electric vehicles are a valuable asset, a valuable innovation in our economy, and especially for our environment. But I don't see that this legislation is going to be an asset to our state and to our residents. I'm worried it's going to be a pretext to more mandates and higher costs and a less reliable grid. And so I'm urging my colleagues, all of whom I know are very well-meaning, to oppose the legislation as is today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative McCarthy-Vahey, followed by Representative Berger-Javala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to be here coming from the Public Health Committee. So I have 3 comments, one of which is wearing my co-chair of the Public Health Committee lens. We do have a lot of costs, and those are health costs. That is something we haven't really talked about today. We've talked about the environmental aspects of this and the public safety aspects, but this is about the air we breathe. And a combustion engine future is not one that will allow us to breathe freely and to breathe clean air. And that issue is especially impactful for the constituents I represent in Bridgeport and our other environmental justice communities. And that's one of the reasons I will be supporting the bill. Second is the good representative from New Canaan. I agree. We need to put in more infrastructure. We need more charging stations here. We need to hold the feet to the fire for the places where we have already, as this legislature, made plans to go forward. That's absolutely critical. But as we say in child welfare, concurrent planning can happen and should happen in this case. We should move this bill forward and do that as we do just that and hold people accountable. And finally, as we think about our carbon footprint, really the most important part of that conversation needs to be about transit. It needs to be about active transportation, how we develop walkable, bikeable, smart growth communities that allow us to focus on not just single occupancy vehicles, but transit. I couldn't resist the opportunity to just make that plug, but I will be happily supporting this conversation going forward. We have to diversify the way we move around, and we need to, again, focus on that public health aspect. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Berger-Javala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been crossing off a lot of the points that I wanted to make as we go through. So thank you very much to our Public Health Chair for talking about the very real costs, not only to our health, but even to our economy as we have to address, as we have to fix, and as we have to deal with the very, very real health issues that we're being impacted by every day right now. Here are just a couple of the points that I wanted to address as some of the conversation was happening, in no particular order, except don't be offended if they are in response to speaker order. Look, the market is moving this way, whether we are ready or not. We certainly don't want to be the state that's not ready. EV sales are already 8 to 10% of all new car sales. Even federal vehicle standards are anticipated to be at least 50% of the market share of all new vehicles by 2030. Last year's year-to-date EV sales surpassed 1 million for the first time ever in a single year. We're going to have a growing share of the battery market thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act. Batteries last more than 310,000 miles currently, not on a single charge, unfortunately. And cars last 10 years. These cars are going to last you 10 years. So the life of the car is greater than the lease or the ownership of a single household. We have to keep that in mind. The US State Department has a report, and this part is the part that always stopped me, and I was very I won't say happy because this isn't something really to be happy about, but I was encouraged by seeing that the US State Department has a report from the Office to Monitor and Combat Trafficking Persons on the forced labor and the clean energy transition. This is right on their government page, and it addresses cobalt, it addresses silica. I didn't say that very well, I apologize. There is a movement toward lower cobalt content. There is a movement toward making sure that whomever we deal with in the US, as we are bringing in these batteries, these cars, the parts, that we are dealing with only organizations that will actually be mindful of the travesty that is child labor. This council is going to identify resources we need to develop strategies, just as it says in this bill. It doesn't say anything else. It's not what we're doing. We're not mandating anything. They're talking about pastry over here. I'm getting very distracted. I just want us all to remember that we have to stay on track when we're having this conversation. It's so easy to get distracted and to move down other roads, if you will, because there is so much. It's kind of like when you want to renovate your house and you go to take down one little piece of the wall, and then you find out that you have to go a little further, another 8 feet, and then the next thing you know, you've got like a 3-room addition on the house because you had to take it all down. That's kind of what we do with this, and I understand it because there is so much. But if we can just stay focused on the fact that this council is here, it is coming so that we can address every single concern that y'all are talking about. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Senator Martin, followed by Representative Carney, followed by Representative DiCaprio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's pretty clear. I think no one would disagree that we all want clean air. I know, for myself, I started a journey maybe 40 years ago regarding solar panels on putting them on homes. And I ended up, realizing pretty quickly that it was not cost efficient. The payback took way too long for the cost of placing those on the home. So I went to something alternative, which was the super insulated home, where the technology was pretty basic. And basically you see it today in the construction methods that are being used. And we basically we wrapped polyethylene or rigid insulation back then. We wrapped it and caulked it and sealed it and sort of made a big balloon. And then we made sure that there was air. We provided air quality in the home by bringing it in a air-to-air heat exchanger where it used inside air 69 degrees, 67 degrees, heating up outside air that could be 0. And the return was supplying air that was at 50 degrees. So you're basically using your furnace less because of that air coming in was being heated up by the warm air inside the house. So nonetheless, I've been on this journey for a long time. So, it's clear that we all want clean air, but and I would agree doing nothing right now is not acceptable. And we all want to protect our environment as we've see throughout this building, along with that air quality, right? So, what we're about to do, meeting these standards, and I don't take the EPA or take California standards. This is life changing. We're going down a different path and we're changing behavior, right, for our population. We have to balance, I think, the forcing something on consumers or allowing them or giving them enough information to make a decision on their own. And I think we all would like to see maybe that move along a little quicker regarding the emissions, or excuse me, EVs, but the market is saying differently right now. I think it's important for us to share information to the public that will give them that ability, more information, so that they can make a choice, and with us not intervening drastically where we are going to bankrupt consumers. And even the federal government, I think, has to look at those standards that the good chair, Senator Cohen, was saying about the 67% have to be zero emissions vehicles by 2032. Think about that. That's what, 8 years away or less? But the reality is, building this infrastructure and the cost of it is a considerable amount of money. And, Senator Fazio did a back of an envelope, maybe not a back of an envelope for him, but for me, it's a back of an envelope. But what he was talking about was real. I'm concerned about the imbalance that is on the board that Senator Wong mentioned and others here around the table. I think that thumbprint, you're tipping the scales a little bit. So if you are going to approve this, I think a better look as to who those stakeholders should be on that board needs to be really looked at. This bill doesn't, it almost seems, the way that we're looking at it, right? Though I'm sitting on this side of the aisle right now, the circle, but from the other side over there, right? And I'm on that side, is that you're creating or setting the table for what you wanted just a few months ago. And we are hearing that that's not correct, but I beg to differ, because you're lacking information in this bill, considerable amount of information, that if we all had that information that you're lacking, we would probably be advocating for some other type of path. Keeping in mind, I'll just say this quickly and I'll move on, but we had suggested during the summer, or maybe there was a discussion at a public hearing, I'm not sure, but I think the Republican proposal mentioned selecting or changing from this California emission standards to the EPA. And there's good reason to do that. And just one, and I'm going to move on, clearly is, and that's this, is that how can we, if we don't like something that they are doing, and what was being proposed in the regulations from California was an executive order that mandated for us to change over to all EVs starting in 2 years from now, 35%, and then incrementally going up by 2035 to 100%. All on the signature and a decision by the California governor. How do our consumers who contact us expect us to call the governor's office in California and ask for, what are you doing, Governor? You've changed this and it's impacting us here in California, here in Connecticut. How are we supposed to call them? I think you need to consider that. There are a lot of unanswered questions that are going to place a big burden on our families. Yes, this report talks about looking into the purchasing of EVs. It talks about providing grants and some type of incentive for those with lower incomes and specifically targeted communities, which is good. But there are more expenses that we all need to be looking at. How about the insurance rates? Is this study or this group going to be assessing the increase in insurance rates. Is this group going to weigh in regarding what you heard about the fire aspect of these vehicles? And how about, you know, we had a tolls discussion a few years back, Mr. Lamar, and one of the things and why that discussion was in this building for a few years was because of our fear of the STF and how we were losing, or we were going to be in a deficit in a short amount of years. Does this report look into or talk about the impact of replacing those funds? I didn't see any language in here regarding that. We're talking about $500 million. That's not a small amount of money. And then if you add in the gross receipt and excise tax, now we're looking at maybe $700 million. All I have a note here, and I'm debating how to word this. I'll just move on. In this plan, I'm glad that you have a UI and an Eversource representative onto this. But moving to all EV requires a large amount of power. Senator Fazio showed you, and he explained it into gigawatts. I'm going to bring it down a little bit. And, I heard something to the fact that, 7%, 8% of the EV sales, and that may be nationally, but here in the state of Connecticut, we have 3 million vehicles right now that are registered in the state of Connecticut. 3 million. Only 36,000 are EVs. So what's the impact going to be, and what type of power are we going to need in order to increase the purchasing and having registered EVs on our grid? How much additional power is that going to require? Let me give you a little perspective, a little bit here. 1 megawatt is equivalent to 400 homes. 750, but I'm going to use the 400 homes. 1 megawatt. Okay, 1 megawatt takes 4,000 I want to say kilowatts. That's equivalent to 2,000 new homes, or 1.6 new households. Currently, we have about 2 million homes here in the state of Connecticut. So we're going to need 1.6, equivalent to the power required, 1.6 new homes. 1.6 million homes. We're literally doubling the amount of power that we're going to need. So is this report, this group, going to be able to tell us how much power, additional power, we're going to need? They talked about, and Eversource publicly in a public hearing mentioned that they estimated, without no plans, without nothing engineered, that they were estimating about $2 billion of cost. And what they were talking about was 14 brand new substations, and then upgrading 8 current substations that we have right now. Is that going to be addressed in this report? That's not counting UI's projection. This was only Eversource. How about they went on. This is Eversource. They went on to say that the $2 billion is only to address the substations and the new substations. It didn't talk about if you get an EV and you get an EV and I get an EV and we live in the same neighborhood, that transformer at the end of the street is going to need to be changed. And then the lines to that transformer will need to be changed. That's not in the cost. And then when we go from neighborhood to neighborhood, you're talking about transmission lines that will need to be changed. That is not in this report, nor was that shared with the public. How about community to community? Now the large transmission lines would need to be upgraded. Is that going to be in this report? What is the cost? And now, how about the charging stations? I think you've addressed it a little bit in the bill, that you're going to look at, gee, how are we going to take care of in particular, those that are renters? I think you've somewhat addressed it here, but you think that the magnitude of what we are doing here, the life-changing behavior that we're looking to do to our citizens of the state of Connecticut. Renters, who's going to pay for the charging stations? If you own a single family home, I buy an EV, or Tom's looking into one right now, right? And he's going to buy a second one. Then does that mean he's going to need 2 charging stations in the house? If you're a renter and you live in a 2 or 3 family home, who's going to pay for that? I know we passed legislation last year regarding prohibiting associations, condominium associations, from, if a unit owner wants to put in a charging station, that unit owner should be allowed, or we're going to prohibit the association from denying them that ability. But it's a cost on that unit owner. But how about the landlords, who owns 2 or 3 families? What about the renters? Obviously, most renters are not going to be able to do that. So your bill, I think, wants to introduce some type of grant program for not only to incentivize them, but are they going to be addressing the landlords or those who are going to need to provide some type of power station? This bill, does it address the impact of the extra weight? We had a bill yesterday, I think, that we voted on, or the day before. I can't remember. It was a public hearing, but we were looking just to increase 50 pounds on the 80,000, or I don't recall the exact amount. 80,000, right? 8,000, 2,000. I don't recall. But the point was, we were just debating 50 pounds. What is the impact of the roads of the extra weight, not only in lightweight vehicles, but when we start going to medium size? If you look up in the data, it talks about not doubling it, but it talks about to the 2nd and 3rd power, the number of repairs and the damage to the roads. What impact is that going to be? And let me just go back a little bit, just on the chart. What did you find on that web? So let me go back to the charging station. So here we are thinking about putting charging stations in, improving our grid. We're looking at lithium batteries, but down the road a little bit, the information that I've learned is that new solid state batteries are on the forefront here. And what does that mean? What does that mean? If that is in the forefront, then if we go ahead and build this infrastructure, and I'm not against building the infrastructure, okay? But I'm just saying, without information, we can't make the right decisions. So if this is in the forefront, how soon is that? And if we do build some significant infrastructure, what does that mean to changing that infrastructure that we just put X amount of dollars into it? And by the way, you got $10 million in here to help municipalities and rural areas. How did we get to that number? What? We just pluck it out of the air? We're told that's the extra weight, really. 6,500 pounds for a lightweight truck, F-150, and 4,000 for a gas operated. All right. So listen, so I just told you about the 1 megawatt watts, equivalent to it's 1,000 kilowatts actually, which is equivalent to 400 homes. And if you multiply that to I think to provide the changing over all these lightweight vehicles and mid-sized vehicles, it's like 4,000 extra kilowatts that we're going to need. It's an obscene amount of power that we're going to need. So how about the gas stations that are going to close? Was there an economic impact study done or going to be done on this? And how many gas stations are going to be closing? I think it's important to know that. What does that mean to our economy here in the state of Connecticut? I could go on for more, specifically with the environmental impact and regarding, I think Representative O'Day made reference to that, right? The lithium batteries, the mining of that, the raw materials that are going to be required. He did not mention that a majority of those materials are mined and owned by those that do not like the United States, and specifically China. So that 77% of the global supply that's of the materials that EV batteries are manufactured or mined by China and third world countries. I'm going to stop there, Madam President. I think the argument can go on. If this does get out of this committee, which I think it will, I hope that you all take and turn this into make an amendment on the floor to significantly change this and really look at the economic impact that this is going to create to our middle class and those with lesser means specifically. We lack information here, and truly we are putting the cart in front of the horse here. We really need to know how much power we're going to need first, and then address the power, how we're going to be able to supply that power, and what's going that going to entail. Right. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And I do appreciate your comments and questions. You do have a lot of questions, and I think some of those will come up organically through this council process. There's certainly an opportunity for public hearing and public input. There's also an opportunity for the electric distribution companies to weigh in as members of the council. There is an opportunity for discussion around any number of topics, not the least of which that you mentioned, but so many with respect to electrification. And I'm hopeful, that the council will contemplate some of the things that you brought up today, and I appreciate your comments. Representative Carney, followed by Representative DiCaprio.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And, I really don't have too much to add. I know a lot has been discussed thus far by many folks on the committee. I did think it was interesting, though, that today the governor on a radio show said that he thinks we're going to go to the federal standards. I'm not sure if that's, if he meant to say that or what, but he did say it. It's just kind of confusing going back and forth and back and forth. I do have a question, though, about the costs with energy specifically. I'm just curious, how is the how is the cheaper program funded, the rebate program?
The cheaper program's funded through new car sales tax on those sales.
Do you know how much funding is in the account now?
I can look that up for you if we want to hold for a moment. Would you like me to get that information?
Sure.
We don't normally have questions of OFA, so occasionally they'd like to go get lunch or something. So as soon as they have OFA come back, we'll take a question for you.
We are awaiting confirmation from OFA. It does get $12 million a year. And I believe from their most recent PowerPoint from their meeting, it looks like remaining 2024 funding is just over $1 million.
Okay. I appreciate that because, obviously in the legislation, it discusses making changes to the program. And I guess one of my concerns with that section is, will this program have the necessary funds to provide an increased amount of rebates and vouchers? And I guess my worry would be then if that fee would be increased and if that fee would be increased and folks would have to pay more. And I guess that goes to the crux of one of the issues I have overall with the legislation is the idea of potential additional costs on certain people. We're dealing with an issue now with Eversource and UI where they're going to, they're asking for huge rate hikes. And a lot of those rate hikes are because of policies of the General Assembly. A lot of it is delaying. Some of it is, because of COVID. Some of it is, for a variety of reasons. And at the end of the day, someone has to pay. And those increased rates are going to hurt a lot of people. Probably one of the number one issues I hear in my district is about increased rates. So I do see a section in here, and it says that line 141, identify strategies, including non-ratepayer funded strategies. So I guess I have two questions. One, is there any idea what the non-ratepayer funded strategies would be? And two, are we saying then that there could be ratepayer funded strategies?
I'm sorry, Representative, could you just lead me to the line number again?
Sure. It's line 141.
One. And is the good representative asking me what those strategies would be?
Do you, I guess I'm asking, do you have any idea what those strategies would be?
I do not, Representative. I would, I would hope that this would play out during the council process and there would be discussion around strategies.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. But I mean, like I said, I mean, I am concerned that we do keep adding on these types of costs onto folks' electric bills. And this General Assembly seems to do it an awful lot. The other issue I'm a little concerned about is we did have an EV roadmap legislation pass in 2020. And according to that, I believe, we were designated to have 125,000 to 150,000 electric vehicles on the road by next year. Do you know if we're anywhere near that goal?
We are not on track to meet that goal. And I will just update because we did hear from OFA. There is 10.2 million currently in cheaper fund. The fund gets about 8.4 million annually from greenhouse gas fees.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. And just, I guess my concern with this section is when I actually asked the Deep Commissioner this a while ago, and I said, I don't think this is realistic. And she said to me, it is. And obviously one of us was right. And my concern is that sometimes I feel some of these commissions look at things from a pure, I don't know, almost like a policy wonk perspective. Like in a perfect world, this would happen. If we checked all these boxes, this would happen without understanding completely the real world ramifications. So I'm hoping that, I mean, I'm assuming this is going to pass. I'm hoping that if this does come into law, that there will be an additional effort, particularly on the part of the Deep Commissioner, to really look at what is actually possible, what is actually practical, and not look at something, I guess from a pure policy perspective without taking into consideration the human component to everything. That could be costs, that could be resources, et cetera, et cetera. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative DiCaprio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to touch a little bit about my experience with the state of Connecticut. I worked 30 years in environmental protection and spent a good part of that time protecting the air, the water, and the land. But part from more of an emergency response perspective, and I think I stepped out. I don't know if this has already been discussed, but one of the things about the composition of the council. I'm not sure if there's going to be what kind of emergency personnel will be on there. And maybe can you help me with that?
Thank you, Representative. We do have DAS participating in the council right now. So the fire marshal obviously reports through the Department of Administrative Services. So in that regard, public safety sort of falls under that umbrella.
Okay. One thing I would encourage having a fire marshal, participate certainly is a good thing. But being one that stood on the side of the highway for 15 years, with accidents and this kind of, an emergency response, out in the roadways with fires and oil and chemical spills, there's a different perspective when you're out there and cars are whizzing by you at 55 miles an hour. But anyway, I do have concerns, with the EV, with the safety of the vehicles and the reliability of the vehicles, and particularly the response to the vehicles responding and with fires and other kind of incidents. You can have multiple vehicles, involved. The other comment I have is that following one state's environmental policy, I find that very concerning. I think following EPA policy as one that worked with the regional response team for Connecticut as Connecticut's representative, we had 5 states, reporting to EPA Region 1. It gives the EPA folks have a broader perspective, looking at it on a regional basis, not just one state. So that's something that's concerning, and I would encourage, going down that path. And I think you mentioned that's not in the charge of this group, but I think it's going to be on people's minds, where the end point is going to be. So I just wanted to share those a couple thoughts with you, and thank you for your time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments or questions? Yes, Representative Zawistowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is kind of a follow-up question is something I asked during the hearing the other day. During 2022, didn't we put the California regulations in place? And does it require, if we decided to go to the federal requirements, wouldn't this require a repeal?
Thank you, Representative. So in 2022, as part of SB4, the Clean Air Act, we did adopt the California emission standards for medium and heavy duty vehicles. We adopted the emission standards for California for light duty vehicles over a decade ago. Because California has changed their standard, and they are in fact looking to phase out internal combustion engines completely, we have to update our regulatory framework with respect to those standards. And that's what hasn't yet been done. If that isn't done, we will default to the federal standard here in Connecticut.
I was under the impression that we would have to repeal what we did in order to get back to the EPA regs.
I would have to ask legal advice on that, but my understanding is that we default to the federal standard in 2026.
Okay, but in the meantime, we'd still be under the California standards and still have to head down that road. I mean, I think that the safer approach on this would be to repeal them now as part of this project, so that the commission does not feel any pressure in order to be able to get this done in time. I mean, I think it's really the honest way to do this, because otherwise those we're going to have to go down that California road anyway. I really think it should be included as anything that comes out of this committee.
I appreciate that, Representative. I will say that, again, regardless of whether we're in California right now or we're in the federal standard, we still are moving towards a progression of electrification. So we still need to have a roadmap laid out. There is nothing in the California standard that says we're banning the sale of new internal combustion engines by 2026 or 2027. That's a goal for 2035 with the California standard. Through the EPA standard, we still will have to be as per the release today, we'll have to be at 67% of electric vehicles by 2032. So there's still a progression in that regard for light duty vehicles. And so regardless of whether it's the clean car, the clean truck rule, we have to figure out a roadmap to get there. And again, this would just sort of be updating, working with key stakeholders to understand what Connecticut needs in place in order to move towards either standard.
But the California standards are a lot more aggressive. We would have to phase in a lot faster. That is my point here, because we'd be talking about impact in the 2026 model year. Whereas if we were on the EPA standards, we'd have a little extra time.
Yeah, we don't have anything adopted though, in terms of our regulatory framework to move towards that electrification in the 2026 model year. So we really, again, it doesn't make a difference is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't quite share that opinion, but I do appreciate your answers on this. And also, any consideration that you might have, especially since the governor's come out today and mentioned that, he's kind of giving up on the California standards. I think that should be part of what we're doing here so that that commission doesn't have that pressure. But thank you very, very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I didn't hear the governor today. I don't know that he's giving up on the California standards, but I certainly, as a proponent of the California standards, I also applaud the Biden administration and the EPA rule here. I mean, it's moving towards cleaner cars, cleaner air for everybody across the country. So I wouldn't profess to say I know exactly what the governor's thinking or what he said this morning. I missed that interview, but I am happy that we're all firing at the same speed here at least and
And I
moving
think-
towards the right direction.
Yeah, and I think it's important for us to all have that progression. I think our big difference is on the time frame. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
There has been a request for an immediate roll call vote on agenda number 5, HB 5485. The action is to JF to the floor. Senator Cohen,
Yes.
Representative Lamar,
Yes. Yes.
Senator Lopes.
Yes.
Representative Berger Javallo,
Yes.
Senator Huang,
Senator Huang votes no.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes no.
Representative Blumenthal, Representative Bronco, Representative Carney, Senator Cabrera, Representative Shaleski, Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Conley, Representative Doncho,
Representative Dancho votes no.
Representative DiCaprio,
Caprio's a no.
Representative Denning,
Representative Denning is a yes.
Representative Farrar, Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes no.
Senator Gaston, Representative Khanna,
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola,
Labriola votes no.
Representative McCarthy Vahey,
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Representative Mara, Senator Martin, Representative Michelle, Representative Morin Bello,
Lauren Bello votes yes.
Senator Needleman, Representative O'Day, Senator Austin, Representative Reyes, Representative Rosario,
Representative Rosario votes in the affirmative.
Representative Sims,
Representative Sims in the affirmative.
Representative Smith, Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco,
Turco votes yes.
Representative Zawistowski.
No.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And just to reiterate, because it's been a while since I said it, the votes will be held open for an hour after we recess the meeting, and I will announce that time at the end of our meeting. Next, we have item 6, HB 5484. This is a JF to the floor. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Berger Javallo, seconded by Representative Denning. This is an act concerning tree and vegetation management guidelines by the Department of Transportation. Some committee members will recall that we had a very, very similar bill, in fact, almost identical to that of last session. This does require DOT to submit a vegetation management plan And it will also require DOT to develop guidelines on tree and vegetation management, removal, replacement along state highways. It specifies that the required joint public hearing must be held 30 days after the committees of cognizance receive these guidelines. It also adds a requirement that the guidelines be approved by the committees and deemed approved by their inaction within 30 days. It prohibits DOT from removing any trees or vegetation during maintenance and construction projects until the guidelines are approved or deemed approved. I will say we have since received a vegetation management plan from the Department of Transportation. It was just received last week. It is in excess of 500 pages. It requires some time and attention. Certainly up for discussion. I know there are lots of constituents that we all have that are passionate about tree cutting and management of that. If we are in fact cutting trees, are we able to create a no net loss situation? So because carbon sinks here, we are talking about carbon and meeting our goals with respect to the Global Warming Solutions Act. And we know what important roles our carbon sinks play in carbon sequestration. So that being said, I think my recommendation is that we vote this bill out of committee today with a recognition that this is a work in progress and we are working with the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation and appreciate his diligence in getting us the information and hope that they'll be amenable to some suggested changes with respect to the plan that they have just submitted. Any questions or comments from committee members? Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that explanation. And I do agree, it is a continual work in progress, but I think the positive is that we've gotten the engagement of the CTDOT with that report, and I'm confident that we'll continue to work with the department, and communications will flow more readily to the communities that will be impacted by the tree cutting. So I really believe this is a bill that is looking to be able to engage and have more channels of communication. So I thank the leadership for raising this bill, and I urge support. Thank you, Madam.
Any other questions or comments from committee members?
I guess this is the Republican bills we saved until after the.
Jonathan? Representative, thank you. And with that, will the clerk please call the roll?
There has been a request for immediate roll call vote on agenda number 6, HB 5484. The action is to JF to the floor. Senator Cohen. Senator Cohen,
Yes.
Representative Lamar, Senator Lopes.
Yes.
Representative Berger Javallo,
Yes.
Senator Huang,
Senator Huang votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal, Representative Bronco, Representative Carney, Senator Cabrera, Representative Chaleski,
Chaleski votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Conley, Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho votes yes.
Representative DiCaprio,
DiCaprio's yes.
Representative Denning,
Representative Denning votes yes.
Representative Farrar, Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes yes.
Senator Gaston.
Gaston votes yes.
One more time, please, so I can see.
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Representative Khanna,
Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola,
Labriola votes yes.
Representative McCarthy Vahey,
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Representative Mara, Senator Martin, Representative Michel,
Michelle votes yes.
Representative Maureen Bello,
Lauren Bello votes yes.
Senator Needleman, Representative O'Day, Senator Austin,
Votes yes.
Representative Reyes,
Race in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims in the affirmative.
Representative Smith, Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco, Representative Salvaskowski.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other names that would like to vote? That is the roll, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next, we have item number 7 on our agenda, SB 279. It's a JFS to the floor, LCO 3293. Can I get a motion? Moved by Representative Kennedy, seconded by Representative Berger Javallo. So this is something that's near and dear to me, as well as our minority leader in the House. This is a certification for removable windshield placards for persons who are blind and persons with disabilities. And also involves membership of the Accessible Parking Advisory Council. I am pleased to note that the Accessible Parking Council did meet for the first time this week on Monday. We are making progress there. We passed that bill last session in the hopes to get at some of the issues associated with parking for the accessible in accessible parking spots. If the committee members recall, both Representative Candelora and I represent a constituent who has 2 children in the disability community. She is impassioned on this matter, and I think this bill gets at some of the issues with respect to abuse of accessible parking and having accessible parking placards in the hands of the wrong people, not people within the disability community. We've learned that there are physicians out there that will provide placards to folks in the state of Connecticut without necessarily having a relationship with the patient or really understanding what the patient's disability is. And so what we've done here is now I'm distracted by pastries. It's been a long day. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. What we've done here is there are some doctors who do this and say that their fee is contingent upon receiving the placard, having the issuance of the placard. We have prevented that from happening. Usually when you see a physician, you are charged either a copay or a visit fee. So there's no reason really why somebody should make their fee contingent on the issuance of these placards. Additionally, we've made it so there is more of an established patient-doctor relationship by saying that the treating physician must be the one issuing these placards. Is there any discussion? Yes, Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would be remiss if I just didn't acknowledge your constituent and also a constituent of the minority leader with their very passionate testimony. And this bill should pass out of committee, and I hope my colleagues will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Berger Javala.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Definitely an easy one to support, and I'm sure that it's going to pass with flying colors out of the room. But I also just want to be sure that when we have these conversations about this bill, that we remember that there are people that we will see with placards who may not have a visible disability. That is, of course, between them and their doctor. but I want us to always refrain from making assumptions about whether someone has a disability or not based on what we see. So thank you very much for that opportunity.
Thank you so much, Representative. I think that's right. And it aptly pointed out. So thank you for that. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
There has been a request for an immediate roll call vote on agenda number 7, SB 279, LCO 3293. The action is to JFS to the floor. Senator Cohen,
Yes.
Representative Lamar,
Yes.
Senator Lopes, Representative Berger Gervalo,
Yes.
Senator Huang,
Senator Huang votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal, Representative Bronco,
Yes.
Representative Carney, Senator Cabrera, Representative Chalesky,
Chalesky votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Conley, Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho votes yes.
Representative DiCaprio,
Caprio votes yes.
Representative Denning,
Representative Denning votes yes.
Representative Farrar, Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes yes.
Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Representative Khanna,
Kana votes yes.
Representative Labriola,
Labriola votes yes.
Representative McCarthy Vehy,
McCarthy Vehy votes yes.
Representative Mara, Senator Martin, Representative Michel,
Michelle is yes.
Representative Morin Bello,
Morin Bello votes yes.
Senator Needleman, Representative O'Day, Senator Austin, Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims in the affirmative.
Representative Smith, Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco, Representative Zawistowski.
Yes.
Is there anybody that I missed? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Item number 8 on the agenda. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO 3125. Can I get a motion? Moved by Representative Berger Javala. Seconded by Senator Wong.
Chair, move that we push this item to consent. We open a consent calendar and add item number 8 to the consent calendar.
Are there any objections to adding item number 8 to a consent calendar? Seeing none, item number 8, SB 278, will be moved to consent. Moving right along, item number 9, HB 5204. It's a JFS to the floor, LCO 3265. Can I get a motion? Moved by Representative Kennedy, seconded by Representative Berger Javala.
I move that we move this item to consent calendar.
The motion's been made to move this item to consent calendar. Are there any objections? Representative DiCaprio,
Can I just ask a question about this bill?
please.
I just want to ensure this is will not affect our farming communities with tractors. Is that right?
That is correct, Representative DiCaprio. This is to add low-speed vehicles to be able to traverse our roadways in areas 25 miles per hour or lower, and allows these vehicles as defined by statute to be registered and insured and be out there.
Right. There is a carve out for agricultural
There is indeed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Any objections for putting this on consent? Seeing none, we'll move fight 5204 to consent. And the very last item on our agenda is HB 5327. It is a JF to the floor. Can I get a motion? Motion made by Representative Denning and seconded by Representative Michelle.
That we add item 10 HB 5327 to consent calendar.
It's been moved to move this item to the consent calendar. Are there any objections or discussion? Seeing none, the item has been moved to the consent calendar. And Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll for our consent calendar?
This is an immediate roll call vote to vote on the consent calendar. The consent calendar is as follows. Item number 8, Senate Bill 278, LCO number 3125 to be JFS to the floor. Item number 9, House Bill number 5204, LCO number 3265 to be JFS to the floor. Item 10, House Bill 5327 to be JF to the floor. Once again, this is a roll call vote for the consent calendar. Senator Cohen,
Yes.
Representative Lamar,
Yes.
Senator Lopes, Representative Berger Javallo,
Yes.
Senator Wong,
Senator Huang votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal, Representative Bronco,
Yes.
Representative Carney,
Representative Carney votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Chaleski,
Chaleski votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Conley, Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho votes yes.
Representative DiCaprio,
Caprio is yes.
Representative Denning,
Representative Denning is yes.
Representative Farrar, Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes yes.
Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Representative Khanna,
Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola,
Labriola votes yes.
Representative McCarthy Vahey,
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Representative Mara, Senator Martin, Representative Michelle,
Michelle is a yes.
Representative Morinbello,
Lauren Bello is a yes.
Senator Needleman, Representative O'Day, Senator Austin, Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims in the affirmative.
Representative Smith, Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco, Representative Zalestowski.
Yes.
Is there anyone's names I have not called or anyone who has entered the room? And that is the roll, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clerk. And that most committee members will be happy to learn that this is our last meeting, if you didn't already figure that out. So we are done with the committee meeting process for this session, and I just want to thank the committee membership for their collaboration with all of us, working to submit legislation that you felt mattered most to the constituents and residents across the state of Connecticut, and also just working with us to make sure that we perfect that legislation. Obviously, these are works in progress now, but we know that, you've always collaborated with us as chairs and really appreciate that going forward, that we know that these bills are going to be the best products that we can provide to our residents across the state by the time the entire legislative session comes to an end on May 8th. I also want to thank the staff of this committee for their hard work and dedication. I know I was, texting with OLR at 10 p.m. last night and getting answers that I needed. And the same goes with LCO. And we've just witnessed the hard work of OFA as we're tracking the poor guy down as he's maybe taking a break after being here for so many hours. So to Katrina Stratton, our LCO, as well as Heather Poole and Sean McGann and OLR and Patrick Mellon from OFA. Just really want to thank you all for the long hours you put in and the dedication to all matters pertaining to transportation. Your knowledge is really inspiring, certainly to me as a newer chair of this committee. And also to our awesome clerk staff over there, Sam, our lead clerk. Sam Clark has been absolutely amazing. And I know getting so many things off to committee members as requested in a timely manner, and making sure that things are running smoothly over there. And certainly the assistant clerks this year, Noah Gullah and Garrett Smith. Thank you. Thank you all for your hard work. Really appreciate it. And I'll turn it over to my co-chair.
Thank you. And again, I would want to echo the comments of my great co-chair. Thank you. It's been great working with you once again. This is a wonderful committee. I do really enjoy it. I keep coming back to chair this committee because it's a wonderful space to work on public policy. There's a lot of members of the House Democratic Caucus who are part of this committee. It's a lot of work making sure we're all on the same page, and I appreciate you guys. We usually start off the first part of the first year, kind of going over your priorities for the 2 years, making sure we understand where state policy needs to go to impact the constituents of our state. And we have these great conversations over 2 years to try to get us to that point. And I hope that I'm able to be a conduit for you to affect that policy. And I hope that we've gotten to that point again here in the second year. And I can't do any of that. I couldn't do any of that without my vice chair. So thank you, Amy, for your support and leadership and keeping things together and keeping members informed of numerous time of day amendments that just kept coming at some point in time on Monday. Where did Tom go, by the way?
Judiciary.
Yeah. But I just want to thank members of this committee for their work, my ranking members for their continued commitment to this committee. This committee does benefit from having a working bipartisan relationship and having good product at the end of the session that we can all work on, and that only happens because there's always been a commitment of our ranking members to that process. At any point in time, they could just say, good luck with that one. We'll see you on the floor. They never do that, though. They'll give us ideas. They'll give us thoughts. They'll give us work. They'll let us know when things are problems. They'll let us know when there are bridges too long to cross together. But where there is opportunity to work together, they always make it clear and obvious to us where those options are. So I do appreciate that. And it does make the product so much better at the end. And I have said this again, and the co-chair just said it. I think the best team in the building is Heather Poole, Katrina Stratton, who I have as invaluable resources for the last 6 years that I've been on this committee, who've been able to sort of tell me when I may have an insufficiently defined word in a bill, but also give me advice on how to fix some things let me know where I may be not seeing the full policy perspective, help me understand the greater context that this is all working in. There are available resources on just about anything I've ever needed. And I really, really thank you so much for all the time and effort that you put into this. And this year we are joined by two assistant clerks, Noah and Garrett. Thank you for jumping in. I hope you've enjoyed yourself as part of the Transportation Committee. Unlike other committees, I will give you snacks at the end of this process, which is good. You know, I don't see that happen anywhere else. So I know you're lucky. Yeah. And also to Sam, thank you again for everything from organizing meetings with impacted constituents to lobbyists to organizing the four of us together with our entire staff. This is a hard job. You do it really, really well, and sometimes to your own detriment because it means more gets put on you, not just by us, but by other committees in the room. You are a tireless, tireless worker on behalf of this committee, and it is greatly appreciated, the time, the talent, and the personality you bring to a lot of this to make it a little bit easier for all of us. We ask a lot of you, and you always deliver, and I am deeply appreciative. So thank you, Sam. Everyone else, we have our ranking members who have a few comments to say, and then there's pastries right there. And then I had to amend a little bit this year. Not just Italian pastries. I got warned last year that like some people don't like cannolis, and we had to build up a little bit. And so we have a lot of cannolis. We have a lot of pastries in there. I actually stopped by a Puerto Rican bakery in New Haven today, who wanted us to try these. So you have to have both a cannoli and one of the nice Puerto Rican.
Pastel de guava.
Yes, it's been a lot of coquitos, and there's a third one there that has like a little raspberry treat inside. It's absolutely wonderful. But with that, I'm going to turn this over to my ranking member, Senator Wong.
It's hard to follow a pastry treat description. No, I want to echo that to the chairs. Thank you. And it is a great committee for dialogue and public policy debate. It really is a wonderful opportunity for all of us in a public servant role to be able to engage in these kind of policies. You're absolutely right about OLR and LCO staff. They're incredibly talented. They make us look a lot smarter than we might be. And I think the other point that I wanted to thank is all of the people that came and testified. We had a hybrid model in which people were able to zoom in and appear in person. I think unlike some committees, we allow people that the breadth of being able to share their viewpoints. And for us as a committee of this size, it's a large committee. I feel as though that many of the members want to be in our public hearings and engage and have that exchange of public policy deliberation. So again, this is truly a terrific committee to be part of in watching the exchange of public policy. No doubt, we don't always agree, but I think we're based on a respect for each other and a opportunity to engage and work toward work in progress. And as I said before in our contentious debates, ultimately, we work toward to getting a final product in which we can stand side by side in both the House and the Senate to pass through a bill that focuses on in areas of mass transit, in roadway safety, and all aspects of safety in our roads. But ultimately, this is a terrific committee, and I want to thank all the members that make it so. And I'd be remiss in not acknowledging the House and Senate Republican research staff that supports us as well. So thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy.
Let's eat some pastries. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I look forward to cannoli Napolitano maybe. Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for your cooperation, for listening. It was truly appreciated, and we will continue to work together. Thank you.
And with that, we are in recess. The votes will be held open until 4:30 p.m. today. Thank you.
Senator Gaston.
Yes, good sir. Can you hear me?
I can. How are you?
I'm doing well, Mr. Clerk. How are you?
All right. So let me see how many more votes I need from you. Yeah. All right, Senator, I need your vote for item number 4, JFF thing, HB 5204.
Yes.
All right. I need your vote to how you vote on JFing HB 5485.
Yes.
Yes. Gaston Chip. Senator, you are all set.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
You're welcome.
All right. Take care.
You too.
Bye.
You too. Representative Dancho.
Thank you, Clerk. I appreciate this. I think I
You're
missed
welcome.
some votes in the very beginning.
Yes, got you. Okay, so I need your vote on item number 1, JFSing Senate Bill 183.
Senate Bill 183 is a yes for me.
Okay. Next item I need you for is item number 2, JFS HB 5202.
That's the CAA.
Yes.
Okay, that's a yes for me.
Okay. Next item is I need to see how you vote on JFSing Senate Bill 184, item number 3.
That's also a yes.
Okay. Next item is how do you vote on item number 4, JFS to the floor, House Bill 5203?
That's a no for me.
Mm-hmm.
I think I should.
Representative, you are all set.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Enjoy a cannoli for me.
I got you. All right, have a good day. Representative McCarthy Vahey.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, I believe I missed the first few votes when we were still in public health.
Yes. So I need your vote for the first item, JFS to the floor, Senate Bill 183.
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Okay. Next item is item number 2, JFSing to the floor, House Bill 5202.
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Next item is item number 3, JFS, Senate Bill 134.
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
You are all set.
Thank you so much. And I'm hoping to still come down to get a cannoli.
Let me close these votes and you'll see.
Well, thank you so much for everything
welcome.
this session so far. We appreciate you so much. Take care.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. You too.
Oh, hey,
Sam?
Sam.
Hi, what time are votes open until?
4:30.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Rosario.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Good, I'm ready to vote.
Okay, let me just start from the beginning real quick. All right, I still need your vote for the first item, JFS to the floor, Senate Bill 183.
I vote in the affirmative.
Okay. Then next item was to JFS to the floor, House Bill 5202.
In the affirmative.
Okay. Next item is to JFS to the floor, Senate Bill 184.
In the affirmative.
Great. And then got you for 5203, got you for 545. Next item is item 6, JF to the floor, House Bill 5484.
In the affirmative.
And then item number 7, JFS to the floor, Senate Bill 279.
In the affirmative.
And then what's left is the consent calendar, which are the last 3 bills, 8 through 10.
All right, in the affirmative.
Okay. Representative, you are all set.
Thank you so much. Take
You're
care.
welcome. You too. Senator Needleman. Senator Needleman.
Hi, Sam. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Okay. You want to go through them?
Sure thing. The first item was to JFS to the floor, Senate Bill 183.
What was that?
183 was our Department of Motor Vehicles bill.
Okay, yes.
Okay, yes. Next item was to JFS to the floor, House Bill 5202, and that was our Airport Authority bill.
Is that moving the Port Authority into the Airport Authority?
No.
Is that, okay, I'm a yes.
The next item was item number 3, JFS to the floor, Senate Bill 184, which was our renting and leasing of passenger motor vehicles.
Yes.
And then the next bill was to JFS to the floor, House Bill 5203. That was our conveyance fee bill.
Yes.
Okay. And then our next item was item number 5, GF to the floor, 5485. That was our electronic vehicle bill for the Electronic Vehicle Council.
I'm a yes, hoping that we make some changes to it.
Okay, next item was item 6, GF to the floor, 5484. That was the vegetation management guidelines for DOT.
Did that pass?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Yes, sorry.
Next, no worries. Next item was to JFS to the floor, Senate Bill 279. That was the windshield placard bill.
What's that?
The next item was item 7, Senate Bill 279. It was our windshield placard bill.
I don't know what that is, but did that pass also?
Yes.
I'm a yes.
And then everything else, the last 3 items were on the consent calendar.
I'm a yes to the consent calendar.
Okay. And you are all set, Senator.
Thank you, Sam. Take care.
You're welcome. You too. Have a good day.